Check 1 2 check check. Check 1 2 check 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 1 2 mic check check.
Wearing a top. Because usually I go into like the floor and I'm like, oh, that's not how it happens.
We will call tonight's proceedings to order. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that we are gathered on traditional and ancestral unceded territories of the Inkla, Katma, and the Seal. And just want to make a couple of small announcements. I do appreciate everybody that came out to the Christmas tree lighting tonight. And I want to thank Sergeant Josh Rhoda and all the RCP that have been helping us out and making things great for us. Do appreciate it. So with that, late items. Do we have any late items? Okay. Public input. So public input, I do believe, now correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lois, we have 10 minutes for each person here. Okay. So we have two people tonight. Ginny Prowl. Councillor Prowl, you're up. Thank you, Councillor Prowl. It's kind of like the President of the United States. You always get called Councillor for the rest of your life. It's just the way it goes. Next will be Angela Texmo. Try not to use up that full 10 minutes. Okay.
9 3/4. Okay, can we all hear me? Okay, thank you. Wait.
Oh, is she? Okay, sorry,
Yep.
yes.
So I have to wait?
No, I just have to announce that you're part of the public hearing.
Okay.
You're addressing, what ends up here, you can only address something that's on the agenda, so we just
Okay.
don't want to think people can come in anytime. So, yeah,
Okay.
you're on the public hearing, 1761 Van Street.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, new and returning councilors, and City of Merritt employees for allowing me a chance to be heard. I am here today regarding the public hearing for the subdivision and rezoning of 1761 Band Street. I am a property homeowner on Ransom Avenue. Ransom Avenue, 1.5 blocks long. My block has 7 houses, no sidewalks, and no street lights. My concern is not the extension of Ransom Avenue that's going into the new potential rezoning, but with the zoning changes to proposed high-density residential, the volume of traffic, which would increase at the intersection of Ransom Avenue and Menzies Street, is going to be dangerous. The number of dwellings that are currently accessed in the subdivision, that includes Ban, Armstrong, and Scott Place, they're all accessed by one road, Ransom Avenue, and it has 144 lots and homes on it. A conservative estimate of 2 vehicles per house makes 288 vehicles. We must then take into consideration that some of those houses do have suites, and so it's probably even more. The number of dwellings that are currently accessing Nicola Avenue from the bottom of the hill at Ransom Avenue to the intersection of Menzies Street is a further 230, because at Menzies we now have Crana Crescent, Langstaff, Granite Place, Clapperton Avenue, Sage Place, Telemon, Clapperton, oh, I'm missing one, hang on, and oh, McLean Place. So if we estimate another 2 vehicles per household, we now have an additional 460 vehicles that are accessing the intersection of Ransom Avenue and Menzies, trying to get access to the City of Merritt through Nicola Avenue. There's also multifamily complexes already on Menzies Street, which includes Sun Valley Court, Sumac Gardens, Menzies Apartments, Clapperton Manor, The Vibe, and as well as Diamond Vale Trailer Park, which is at the intersection of Menzies and Clapperton. My point is there are well over 800 vehicles that currently access households via that one intersection, Ransom and Menzies. My question is simple. I just want to know, what other egress point do you intend to develop in order to lessen the increased strain if it is developed into high-density residential, even for a portion of it? Are you considering an intersection at the end of Band Street and Nicola Avenue? Or are you planning to extend Ransom through and past Band Street and onto Sunset and accessing Nicola Avenue from there? Or will you upgrade the current intersection at the bottom of Ransom Avenue and Menzies and Nicola Avenue to include controlled lights? It's a very high traffic area. As a homeowner and a dog walker, It's very dangerous to walk, and it's very dangerous intersection in its current condition. That's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your input, Angela. I appreciate that, bringing that to light. Something for us to consider, talk about. Moving on, adoption of minutes. Can I get a seconder for the adoption of the minutes? Councilor Owen? Anything wrong? Anybody find any issues with the minutes? We're all good? All in favor of the minutes? 5 public hearing. So this is public hearing 1761 Van Street, OCP Bylaw 2443 and zoning bylaw 2344. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Lois, we're just accepting this. What are we doing here? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this, of course, is the public hearing for the proposed development on 1761 Ban Street. There was one written submission after we conducted the necessary advertising to alert people that this was taking place. So there was one written submission that was received prior to the agenda dispatch, and that was included on your agenda, so you've all had the opportunity to read it. There were no written submissions that were received after this point, so we have no new written materials to circulate to you. I believe that we have information from the city's planning department, from Janet Bradshaw, and in addition we have the proponents who are on a Teams call and ready to present about this information. Then obviously if there's any members of the public gallery who wish to speak for or against this rezoning and OCP application, then we would encourage you to hear from them. So I think if Ms. Bradshaw probably should be the one to begin the introduction to the item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with this application for 1761 Ban Street, it's a proposed rezoning and OCP amendment. I think we might be getting some background information up on the screen here. So on the screen you can see just a map of the parcel that we're talking about with this application. So the applicant is proposing to amend the official community plan to change the land use designation of a portion of the subject property from general commercial and mixed use to low to medium density residential. As well, they're also proposing to amend the zoning bylaw to change the zoning of a portion of the subject property from corridor commercial C4 to low density residential R2. So in general, the OCP, the official community plan, supports the proposed development, including additional land designated for low to medium density residential uses, while also maintaining a small portion of land adjacent to Nicola Avenue for mixed use commercial is in alignment with the neighborhood policies for Diamondvale. You can see on, would you mind just switching? Perfect. So you can see on the screen here, this is the proposed new OCP land use designation map. The yellow represents low to medium residential, and then the red that's there is the mixed use commercial. In terms of the zoning bylaw, the adjacent zones are a mixture of residential, including low density residential R2 and medium density residential R7, corridor commercial C4, and parks and cemetery. So this is the proposed new zoning map on the screen. So again, it's just a portion is intended to be rezoned for R2, and then the remainder C4. So with the proposed R2 zone, this could enable the development of townhomes, duplexes, single detached dwellings, and other uses outlined in the zoning bylaw. Under site development regulations in the R2 zone, principal dwellings may be built to a height of 14 meters or 3 stories, whichever is lesser. Compared with the current C4 zoning, the current C4 zoning would allow for a higher density as there's no maximum density compared with the R2 zoning, and it could potentially be mixed use commercial with residential as secondary use. So a little bit more background, the housing needs report does identify the acute need for housing in the city. The proposed rezoning would allow for this additional residential development. And of course, discussions between the applicant, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, and the city are still required to determine road improvements and connectivity. So at this point, this is still to be determined, and potentially down the road, a traffic impact assessment, or TIA, may be required to determine the best use and best connectivity in the area. And I'll also just mention that the applicant does wish to include in the future land which is currently vested in the city. In order for this to be included, the applicant would need to successfully purchase the land. Zoning would also need to occur on this piece. And while this contains implications for the city in the future, neither approval or rejection of this bylaw would require or command the sale of that piece of property. They don't rely on each other, so I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, recommendation sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry. Yeah, I think that is actually just in there sort of as an artifact of the report style which is used on this. You don't actually need to vote. I mean, you can, if you like, vote to receive Members Bradshaw's report, but there's no requirement to do so. So yeah, sorry, that should probably have actually been knocked out. At this point, I believe the proponent would like to make a submission, and then we'll move on to public submissions for or against.
Okay, so basically we're going to be taking this report for information. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. You can. It isn't a requirement of a public hearing, as all Greg was indicating.
Okay.
So you can move on, or you can have a vote to proceed with that.
What's council's favorite? Let's just move on. 5.12, Alan McDonald.
Your Worship, sorry, that was the written submission that was received beforehand. So yeah, so that's included on the agenda for your use.
Get there yet? Can you hear us? Just so everyone knows, we have a new system that kind of went in like today. We're going to have a little bit of growing pains.
Yes, I can hear you.
I've got mine.
Worship, Jen, if you can hear us, then please have your submission.
We're talking to you, Jennifer.
Okay, I can hear now. Sorry, what was the question?
We're prepared to hear your submission.
Oh, thank you. So my name's Jennifer Powers, and I am the agent of the applicant, and I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have. So I haven't prepared a formal submission, but if anyone has questions they would like to direct to myself, I'm happy to answer them.
So I guess I would ask council if anybody has any questions. Around the room, I don't see.
Hi, Jennifer. Do you have any plans to connect the new subdivision with?
Sorry, I apologize. All I could hear was, do you have any plans?
Were there any plans in the development to connect the road with Nickel Avenue?
Maybe somebody could type the question to me. I apologize. The road with Nickel Avenue. So basically what we have to do is meet with the Ministry of Transportation, and it's likely that we will be required to assess traffic and access, but we would defer that to a qualified professional and determine, you know, from an engineer, what would be the best connection. That's sort of, we're at the mercy of the City of Merritt and the provincial government to determine what they'll allow. There is a covenant on the property that is requesting access to be maintained as a frontage road, but the ministry is reviewing that to see what makes the most sense as this. So that's what we're after. There is just more information from an engineer.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Councillor Charlie?
I've heard two numbers stated in the written materials. Are the 62 or 72 lots?
Yeah, so it's conceptual. We had prepared it as a conceptual plan for the rezoning, but it's definitely subject to change. We do still have to, if the rezoning is successful, we will have to go through the subdivision process, and we'll have to get approval through the City of Merritt and other approvals from other provincial agencies as required. So it is subject to change depending on you know, the requirements put on us from the city.
Do you have a park slated for this area?
We have had some discussions with the city about the parks requirement, and that will be determined at subdivision as well. We would either provide cash in lieu that could be put towards another public amenity that might make more sense, or potentially, you know, it's possible that we could give up land, but I think it makes the most sense to give money towards an existing park, or for the city to purchase parkland elsewhere where they have better plans for that. But I think Jana could also speak to that a bit about what the vision is for the city.
You also stated that Bound Street would be an additional option for access. How long would it take for you to decide that Bound Street would be necessary for additional access?
I think that would come in the future because the remainder of the lot is commercial. So at the time that portion would develop, we would assess. But you know, in the discussions that we've had with the ministry already, they do want us to make sure that we are addressing access for future use as well. So we wouldn't be leaving anything landlocked. But again, that's going to be determined by a traffic engineer to help best plan the road network and connections with engineering and the ministry and the city.
And just another point of interest, you have Alcon, which is the new Alcon, you have gravel from the road to the curbside. Is it not possible for this whole development, as it's a new development, to have pavement curbed?
Yeah, I think, that is possible. Pavement's not always the best, as it's gonna, affect infiltration and drainage and things like that. And we were hoping to utilize gravel shoulders for additional parking. It was also, we were hopeful that we could sort of mirror what was happening at the development to the south, and the road would match up to be the same as Phillips was to the south. But again, all of those requirements will be solidified during the subdivision process.
So, got your answers? Anyone else? Can I get you to push your mic? Anyone else? I think that's all. Oh. Is there anyone out in the public that have a question? Come to the mic and state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Audrey Campbell, long-time resident of Merritt, your worship and councillors. My concern is the public doesn't have any input when it gets to subdivision stage. I would much prefer to have some plan in the rezoning and OCP amendments addressing the road. Ms. Texmo did an excellent presentation on her concerns, and I don't live there, so I don't have a big say in it, but there needs to be access. That corner is horrid. And after hearing her statistics, the road access is more important, and it needs to be addressed now, because subdivisions don't go to public. That's all internal. That's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would have anything to say? Good. Just for my own knowledge, we're going to accept this report for information, but if we have questions such as what Ms. Texmo had, we can raise those about egress and lights, and as Ms. Campbell said, we could talk about that as well coming up.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the general practice, and we'll leave it there. I swear I feel like I'm on another planet right now, or in a fishbowl or something. We will find this out. Let's just address the elephant in the room and move on. But while I'm on another planet, let's go through what the other typical steps for public hearing are. Generally, we would open the public hearing. We would hear the submission from staff, hear the submission from proponents, invite the public forward to speak, and then when the public hearing is closed, after there's no one else that wants to speak at the public hearing stage, when it comes forward for third reading, that's where you can invite and ask questions of staff, and they will be able to speak to some of the things that were raised in the public hearing in relation to density, road concerns, alignments, etc. And so absolutely you will still have those opportunities for questions, but generally speaking, public hearings are kind of the one-way flow of information, people providing their opinion to council, and council asking clarifying questions.
Ginny, you have something to say? Jenny, you have to come to the mic. You'll have to come to the mic. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we know that, Jenny. I feel like Luke Gehrig in 1942. So, yeah, it's a new system. It just got installed, so we've got some bugs to work on. Thank you. So, thank you for your input, and thank you for talking with us and taking all of our questions. Are we ready to take this for information purposes? I think we heard anything in the presenter. Is the presenter okay with everything and we're good to go? So we'll, receive this report for information to public hearing. Councilor Egan? All those in favor? Pass. Thank you. Thank you, Jen, for your for being on our system for the first time and being our guinea pig. I appreciate it.
No problem. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. The snow is coming down and I did not want to risk the roads.
No, I understand 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to general matters, delegations and recognitions. Endeavour to be better, Mr. Mark Middick, if you're in the room. And the mic is yours, thank you.
Another planet for that as well. Anyways, hi, I'm Mark Mendick. I'll introduce myself. I know some of you. I've been at Merritt for about 15 years. Grew up in Vancouver. Moved up here. I've been an employee at Island Valley Copper for 15 years. That's why we moved here. And we stayed. My wife and I, so I have a wife and 3 kids. And we've fallen in love with this community, and now we're trying to be a big part of the community. While I was here, I went through a health journey. I was at a stage of my life where I wasn't doing well. I was drinking too much, eating too much, and changed my life, had a transformation, and started coaching. So I started with a hobby, health coaching, and that started off as a hobby, turned into a business, and as an extension of that business, I got invited to be the coordinator at Endeavour to Be Better here in Merritt. Are all of you aware of Endeavour to Be Better? Yes? Okay, so that's, for anyone that's not aware, that's the house right beside 7-Eleven. That's a day program. It's a peer mentorship program. So I was brought in, I believe, I've been sober myself for 10.5 years. Everyone that works there has some level of sobriety, and we're working with at-risk people who are struggling with their own addiction, mental health issues. So they brought me in to upgrade the program, make it a little bit more robust, and we got a grant from the city, Strengthening Communities grant, last year, or just under $200,000. And so we've been using that money over the last year to, we use that for wages. So we have myself, which I'm the coordinator, and we have, right now, we have 2 other employees, so Trent Abraham and Vicky. And we just recently got an executive director who's back there, Sean. So our program started off very grassroots, and it's grown very rapidly. One of my other tasks that I was given was to create a social enterprise to bring money into the program, so we're not relying solely on grants. So we have a grant from the city, which is coming to an end shortly, and also a grant from the Cabinet Health and HSS. They've given us a grant as well, and I created a social enterprise, which is basically a business where we can create money for our program and earn money so we don't have to rely solely on grants. And the way we're able to do the social enterprise is, I'm going to run you through a day on Endeavour to Be Better just to get an idea of what the social enterprise looks like. So we open from 8 to 4 on Sunday to Sunday. We're open every day. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. we do a breakfast program. We have anywhere from 15 to 30 people in every day for breakfast. So that's 8 to 10. 10 to 12 we go and do outreach in the community just to see how people are doing. And with this new social enterprise from 12 to 2 p.m. We bring some of our clients out to go to work in town. You might have seen our white truck driving around. We call it the Beast. So when I started, we didn't have a work truck, so we bought that with some of the money the city gave us. We also bought equipment for landscaping. So we basically have a landscaping company. We have lawnmowers, weed whackers, shovels, rakes. So we go out around town. We started off just doing it as volunteer based, and at any given time we can have from 8 employees down to 2 employees depending on the day and depending where we're at. So what we're doing is we're paying their salary again with the money that the city's provided us. So they get minimum wage to come work with us. We do 2 hours a day, which seems to be a manageable amount of time for people that are struggling with addiction or some sort of disability. We do 2 hours, and so we started off doing everything for free. And we started when the floods happened. We were a big part of the flood when we were part of the flood cleanup. So we helped several houses clean the basements. It was ugly, gross work, and there's still lots more to do. And that's part of what we did with our work experience. We paid our staff to go out and help clean the houses. We did landscaping, started off slowly. Now it's a full-time, almost landscaping business that just stopped because of the weather. So we're booked out almost every day, and that's clientele that generally we wouldn't suspect would be good at this work. It turns out we get to a job site if they do good work. So we did the social enterprise, and the reason why we're here, actually I should tell you a little bit more about how busy we are to give you guys an idea of the numbers of people we're seeing. So on average we see anywhere from 600 to 700 people, or sorry, not 700 people, 600 to 700 visits. So that's people touching base at our program a month. We're having, of all those people, 75% of them will eat food with us. So we're serving breakfast to all those people. And some of the clients that we have are not eating. This is about the only meal they have a day. So heading out into community, letting them know what their day looks like, this might be the only meal they have. It's a safe place to come eat. The idea with the breakfast program is we have people come in our building and feel like we've created a safe space, we feel really comfortable, and speak with some of our employees, being peers, we can understand some of the struggles we're going through. So we create relationships. The idea being to keep people around longer. It's a safe place, like I said, and creating relationships. With those relationships, we've had a bunch of success stories. Like 2 out of the show. Life, divorced from his family, lost his kids. Started with our program a little bit skeptical. People are, the community that we're dealing with generally are a little bit skeptical of why we're trying to help them out, what's in it for us. So it takes time to build trust and relationships, which we've done. And this individual started with the work experience program, did that for about 3 months, decided to quit drinking, which has problems in his life. I'm happy to say he's been working 4 months at Merritt Council full time on his own, and has been sober for 7 months. So I just went to his AA meeting to get a 7-month coin, which we subscribed. It's been an amazing experience. And it was cool. We have another gentleman who came from Saskatchewan, showed up with no ID, nothing, no proof of who he was. So we had to take his word for it, and we just helped him with paperwork. We helped him get his license, all the paperwork he needed. He started working with us, and slowly, and building relationships. He's now an employee at Endeavour. So he's coming in on the weekends. On the weekends we have a female that works, so he's helping us on the program. So that's 2 off the top of my head. What else do I want to touch on? The basic reason why I'm here talking to you tonight is I would like to continue the relationship with the city. Another thing I forgot to mention, the city gave us a contract through the bylaw. Sean will know a little bit about it. So there's some vacant lots all around the city. They're generally out of town on these lots, and they're unkept. So they hired our team to go and clean those lots. And so we did that contract for 3 months. And it was big lots, ugly work. So we have that. We have another program with the Three Eagles through Ask Wellness. We worked there for 6 months. So yes, we have these ongoing projects, but the reason I'm here today is the grant that we got from the city and the grant from NHSS is coming to an end. We probably have 2 months left of funding, and we're looking for support. Just to continue with staffing. So staffing is a big thing. Breakfast, our breakfast program, we're serving all these people every day. Supplies, all these things. So our program costs about $15,000 a month to run. And we've been running really lean. We've had staff come and go, as you know, we're struggling with staff. So we're 1 person, 2 people at a time. But I feel like this program is necessary for our city, the at-risk community that we have, helping least. And now we're not relying solely on the city to save us. We've been talking with United Way. We're submitting grants as we speak. That's one of the reasons Sean was brought on. So when we started this, all we were, how long do I have? I'm not going to go on forever, but okay. That can go on forever. But so when I started, it was just a board. So we have a board of 5 people. They hired me. I'm the director. So we were under the Nicola Valley Shelter and Support Society. That's the umbrella program. So we have Endeavour to be better. We have Housing First, and we have the shelter hotel here. So I run Endeavour to be better. But the board, all the board members have full-time work. So we're trying to raise money, do grants. Marlene Jones, who works at the CPO, who's helping with our finances, was trying to do this while doing her job. So we fortunately brought on Sean O'Keefe as our executive director, and he can start now applying for grants. And we had a meeting with CNA, NHSS, had a meeting with Canadian. So we're going out to everyone. We're not just looking for the city to fund our endeavor. That's all.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody have any questions of Mark?
What we're trying to do, so this last one was $200,000. We can write up a proposal. Today was just one of the top of the program. Honestly, I think we're looking for 6 months to another year. I think in that time, we'll be able to find full-time funders that can provide us monthly. We have a couple of grants going in for $80,000 to $100,000, which will be providing money. The goal for us, Sean and I have come up with a goal of having 3 continuing funders. So we're not relying on one-off. So what we've been surviving on is one-off grants. So we got the one for 200,000. NHSS has been, they gave us a grant for 40,000 last year. I think we were for 60,000. So we've been looking for 6 months to. And that money and staffing, food, and all the things that goes to it.
Excellent.
I'd be happy to get together.
That would be appreciated if you could, so we can have the numbers and so we can see it. Appreciate it. I do see your truck roaming around town. Matter of fact, it broke down in front of my house for 3 days. So yeah, the fuel pump went on it. So
actually, one of the things it's funny. So I'm part of that problem. So I'm the coordinator as well as the mechanic for the truck. So I had a no-start issue in the instance. We got actually so some of the partnerships that was from the high school. So the high school donated $8,000 more, which is more or less like we should pay for it. So we have a relationship with the high school. We work closely with Work BC. They send us employees. They also help us out with meter for our work employees. So we've created a lot of cool relationships. In the past, I feel like some of the work that's been done in the community has been secular, but now working together. So we're really trying to bridge all the services together so we can work together instead of trying to do individual work.
thank you very much. Oh.
You said you have a relationship with the Desert Inn, the homeless shelter. What about Ask Wellness and the 2 buildings there?
Yeah, they're just service providers like us. Their program is a little bit different, Ask Wellness, but we all work together.
Okay, so you combine services or make sure there's no...
Combine services. So what happens is the clients that we all share go from one service to the next, just depending. So we have a high Indigenous population in our group. So CNA, for example, they work with me, the local lands. So people from those lands go to CNA, and CNA will provide them with road care, pharmacy training, we have people do first aid training. We're basically trying to level people up so when they go back to the workforce.
Again, Mark, thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to the proposal.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, come back. You have... Oh, Councilman.
So, am I on? So I just want to say that there is no doubt about the benefits, not only your program, but also all the programs under the Nicola Valley Shelter and Support Society bring to the community. That's no question. So I can take my hats off. Right? So I would like to see the proposal, but also I would like to see in the future include a self-sustained business model because you need ongoing support. And I don't want to see these services, come from the community. That's something that is bringing a good impact. And as part of that proposal, you can, plan ahead and see, okay, so this is going to be my backup plan. So how much is going to be from the grants, potential grants that I'm going to be applying? What do I need to have access to the provincial funding or federal funding so that we will know that if you receive the additional funding from the city, later on you will be in a good position to continue with the program.
Yeah, 100%. And also appreciate the business. I have a business background. I'm an entrepreneur, so that's one of the reasons I was brought in. I can work with people, but as well as I can think business minded. And so me being the coordinator running the program, to this point, I've been in the weeds of the program. So now with the executive director who's also business minded, we can start thinking business plan, sustainability. Like I said, this program, like I said, needs to be a lot. We need to self-sustain ourselves.
Councilor New.
Thank you, Mark. Great presentation, and to echo what Councillor Oakland said, obviously an asset to the community. I'm just curious, obviously you're speaking in regards to a breakfast program and a work program, but of your 600 to 700 visits, would you say how many percentage-wise would you say that those people are, and I know you probably can't provide exact numbers, but are homeless in our community? And I'm not referring to staying at the hotel either. I think that's temporary housing as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just curious as to those people that are completely homeless right now. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I had to rough estimate right now, I'd say there's 30 to 80, Sean might know the exact number, of homeless people in the community right now. And so that's a lot of people. And we know many of them. I would say percentage-wise, 10%. Most of the people, again, we're out in the community, we're seeing people, we share information with Ask Wellness and everybody, so everyone has an eye on them. And we're always trying to get them into the shelter and moved. As everyone knows, there's no rentals in town, and the cost of rentals is a lot. So we have a group, 4 clients who rent in on a house. It's $2,500 for sharing the cost of the house. The homeless, again, 10%.
Sorry, thank you for that. And then, so further information then as far as the homeless population goes, would you say that these are local Merritt residents facing homelessness, or would you say that these are people from out of community that have landed in Merritt for whichever reason?
So I think there's a misinterpretation. I think people sometimes assume that people get busted in there and just dropped off, and that's just not true. That could happen on occasion, but generally these people are locals. And so I can speak from personal experience. People that are struggling with addiction or mental health issues, there's some sort of trauma that's happened early on in life, like most of us. And I could easily be one of those people. A lot of us, when we come with bad breaks, can be in the same position. So I think we try and treat everyone like just regular people who've had a couple of bad breaks and lift them up so they can get back.
Well,
I appreciate that, thank you, and I just wanted to make light of that because, like you said, I do feel there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to this busing in and dropping off and where these people go. I think, yeah, it just bringing light to the fact that these are our local population. Thank you.
Yeah, so we had a lady, a client who's very tough to deal with. Someone recommended, just bus her out of there, give her a bus ticket. Well, when you do that, you have to have a location for where they're going. And you have to have proof of where you're going to someone's house or you're going to a shelter, you have to phone ahead. You can't just hand out bus tickets and just run. It just doesn't work.
Anyone else? Mark, just a,
Okay, if you're saying that there are 30 to 80 homeless people in Merritt and they're local, are the families involved with these people?
Yes, so families, especially with the Indigenous community, are very mended. They help each other out. Usually what happens, in my experience with the homeless people, is that they're local family members, and it's just people, a lot of people don't know what to do. And that's why having a service like ours, we have people who experience mental health and addiction issues. It's a good bridge between, I have relationships with some of the family members of some of our clients, so you can be the go-between between family members. Because they're fed up, they don't know what to do, or there's some shame involved when people are homeless and just don't know to know what to do. So they could be hiding, or family just so.
So just a question on my part. You mentioned 600 to 700 visits per month. So I'm assuming with the number that you've told us is homeless, people are several times a day coming back. So they're basically it's repeating over and over again with the people that you have.
Yeah, so that's one of our goals is to get people to come back, because idle time in a day is trouble. Anyone is trouble. You know, if there's a gap, it's like, well, I got nothing to do. That's when trouble happens. So we have Netflix going, we have TV shows going, and some people come in 3-4 times a day. Some of the homeless people come in with their couches, they can nap for a while. It's been outside, especially in winter. Moving, you know, people are not designated for the centers in town. So people, another reason we're looking for more coverage is to extend our hours. So we know we're 8 to 4, we'd like to run 8 to 8 or 8 to midnight. So that people aren't stuck inside. If it's cold, hungry, it's themselves.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay,
We look forward to it.
Maybe we send a proposal to you.
Great. Mr. Lamas. Oh, hold on one second.
Thank
Sean?
you, Your Worship. I do want to say, because I think that there might be something, if council should choose to address it here, because this was initially through the Strengthening Communities Grant to support this initiative, there may be, and I'm going to have to look at finance here, there may be some initiatives that didn't get fully subscribed in that exact same grant. So though it would definitely not cover the program for a long period, we might be able to create a little bit of a bridge by asking the province for permission to take funds from within the same grant, something that wasn't fully completed, to try extending this a little bit longer to create a bridge. So if council would like to provide that direction tonight, to direct staff to work with the province to reposition funds within the Strengthening Communities Grant, that would be sufficient direction for us to at least explore that opportunity. I'm not saying don't send the proposal for the bigger thing, but that might help try to find the bigger solution.
Yeah, I was going to say what he said. Councillor Egan will second it. Did you get that? I think you'd get unanimous. I don't think there'd be a problem. Yeah, all in favor? And thank you for that, Sean. Appreciate that. We did not know that part, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, and that would be a huge help. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Tina Wright, to present about the situation of Ukrainian refugees in Merritt.
Hello, I'm Tina Wright. Thank you for seeing us. This is Regina. And we're acquaintances, and we were just talking one day. I think most of you guys read our letter. And Regina's actually advocating for a Ukrainian refugee family in town right now. And she was just discussing with me some challenges that they're facing. And among them are just basic access to some of the things that we take for granted as Meritonians here. And she was saying she had phoned the front desk of the city to ask about it, and the person wasn't able to help her at all. And so we were just hoping for the potential access to free bus passes and possibly free aquatic center passes. Specifically for this family, we're asking for that for the rest of this year because they are working night shifts and different things, and for the coming year, 2023.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from Councillor Charney?
Do you know how many refugee families are in Merritt? 3? Okay, so 3 families.
Just a quick question. Out of that 3, are we talking 12 people, 14? I'm just curious.
Yeah, the one I'm family helping is a single mom with 2 daughters, and the family is with 2 children, and then another single mom who lost her husband. She has 4.
Councillor Newman?
Thank you. So of those families, just for clarification, you're asking these passes obviously till the end of this year and next year for one family. However, is there an organization that oversees all of the families? I'm just wondering because it seems if we were to go ahead and grant something for one family and then have another request come next month for another family, and is there one point of contact that we might be able to get in touch with to say go for all 3 families instead of just one?
Well, that's what
So in order in my opinion, in order to put something, I would like to know how many families we potentially may be receiving in our community, so that we can see how that's going to be affecting the budget. Is that going to have a rough idea? So like Councilor Newman said, so we would like to have a point of contact where we can just coordinate and determine what type of assistance we can provide.
that makes perfect sense.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, those things did come to our minds as well, but all we have right now, as far as information, is just what we're presenting to you, unfortunately. We're just concerned citizens. Regina, she and her husband and their family have fully stepped up for this family that they're specifically helping, but it's not in affiliation with anyone. It's just out of the goodness of their hearts. So, certainly there are, I'm sure, other avenues for potentially.
Councillor Newman? Oh, I think I do it. It's like the car door. I'm speaking to it.
Through the mayor, question of staff, is there a program that we could possibly allocate this request with a follow-up motion possibly just to reach out to the Ukrainian Society in order to see if there are other families in town, if that was the appetite of council to go that route? I have no problem supporting this request, but I feel that once we do one, that there's probably more that would come forward or that we could contact. Thank you.
Councillor.
Do you know if these families received a welcome package from Merritt? Okay.
Thank you, Worship. So I'll first on address the question asked by Councillor Newman. So I think from a staff perspective, we absolutely would love to find a way to support the system. I think our question is ultimately how and what the right vehicle is to ultimately do that. So I think there's probably two separate challenges here. There's the what is the point organization going to be? And I will say, in my view, it probably isn't going to be the city. So whether it ends up being who's going to know things, I think you were talking about a Ukrainian society, and I don't know that we have. That sounds very niche, and I know most of the societies. I'm not aware of that one here, but I don't know if it'd be Rotary or another branch or some other group that'd be able to say, hey, let's take it upon ourselves to find out who's here and what their needs are. And then I think that if there was a request for something, again, in the broader context, I think council could absolutely consider that. The other thing that I would say is on the transit side, logistically, because we aren't transit, it would just be the city buying transit passes, which that's a tough one because you guys don't have direct control of that. I don't know where exactly the line for policy would be. Is it just if you are a Ukrainian refugee? Is it a refugee generally? And we would just need to set some form of policy around it. Again, is it impossible? No, you can absolutely provide that direction. But I think it would be really, really clean if this was a society, and I will tell you, I will personally give to the society that wants to make this happen. But I think that it would make most sense if this was coming from a third-party society. We can do some of the groundwork if that is council's direction to try calling around to identify what this need is and see if there's a society that can take that on. But that could rest in council wherever you would like.
So typically during a delegation, we don't really normally ask questions, so that's why I'm reluctant to comment. But typically, we either had sponsorships or grant and aid, which would be coming in budget, which would be coming up in the next couple of months. So if there was something for society, if we did some kind of sponsorship or something of that nature, wouldn't that be the appropriate way? Or okay, I'm just wondering because if there's the three families, and we need to know more and how we'd approach that because we have certain limits with sponsorships and groups and different things as well. So existing. So, but maybe that's just more information we can look at. So we'll do this the right way. But thank you for the information. It's good to know. Thanks.
I just want to know how much is the bus pass for a family and how much is the swim pass for a family?
Swim pass for families.
Bus pass.
Not really know.
Per person?
So you'd be looking at $200 a month.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Thank you, I just want to note that as a delegation, it's completely ordinary inbound and absolutely not you to be asking any clarifying questions that you would like of the representatives. But if you're concerned about, say, getting the absolute granular detail tonight, I would like to remind you that we would normally bring this request to the next council meeting, and of course we would then synthesize of the information which had been provided. So if you have any concerns or, say, questions that you would like to have reported back at that point, then you can always request that this time. You don't need to make sure that you have all the information right now, all the information that you as well will be out in the next meeting before you actually make any decision.
Would you prefer a motion in order to come back to council at the next meeting versus just having the conversation? Because I would gladly make a motion that staff come back to us on options to look at a bus pass and the pass to the pool, pardon me, and just come back at the next council meeting, and then we can further discuss if there's a society that could come forward for future requests.
Through your worship to Councillor Newman, the way we would normally handle a delegation request like this is that it would be put on the, it would automatically go to the next meeting under unfinished business, and the information information that that I know tonight, obviously will be requested to the committee for our pass bus passes for the remainder of this year, 2023. So for that, we would to include the value of those for each one that we issue, and then depending on the discussion and debate at that meeting, we would then make a motion to direct staff to take a certain action.
And likely in the time in between, we're going to have some conversations. We're going to find out, is there another way we can make this happen easier? I think that's the biggest thing. Like, straight up, this is itching for a GoFundMe. We just need to figure out who's behind it and how we make that go. But anyways, we'll talk about it. However you guys want to direct is cool.
I like Mr. Lois's suggestion that we let this happen on the next meeting, because I do have some information for here as far as the bus passes. I forgot to give that to you, sorry. So I think it would be a good idea that we do that. So basically that's what we'll do. We'll move it, it'll be on the next meeting 2 weeks from now. But I do appreciate your presenting to us and letting us know what's going on. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
My biggest concern is I don't want to get, obviously we want to advocate for all the refugees, but this particular family is in great need, and it is becoming quite taxing for me and her family, and I guess they're just kind of hoping for something, like what Sean was saying. I get everybody's names mixed up, but I wanted to make sure that, yeah, like what he was saying, it is something that is sort of time sensitive in the needs.
We're a big, we don't have a license for a car. So, I'm driving them all the time, but they would.
Well, I can assure you that we will have it at the meeting 2 weeks from now, but that won't stop our conversation starting tomorrow, where we might be able to come to something. We're not going to not talk about this. It's just we have to kind of move in the position that we move in. So, but I do appreciate you bringing it to light, and we will have more conversation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it. Okay. Bylaws. Glasses on. OCP Amendment Bylaw number 2342 and Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 243, 1761 Ban Street. Third reading and final adoption. Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I did give a brief presentation before the public hearing, so I'll keep this short and sweet. So again, this is the same proposal here. The applicant is seeking to amend the official community plan to change the land use designation for a portion of the subject property from general commercial and mixed use to low to medium density residential. They're also seeking to amend the zoning bylaw to change the zoning for a portion of the subject property from corridor commercial C4 to low density residential R2. So again, at this stage, we are just looking at the proposed rezoning and proposed land use designation change in the official community plan. So as mentioned, discussions around road connectivity, accessibility, road network connections with existing roads or proposed new roads, that would be discussed with the Ministry of Transportation, the applicant, the city at the subdivision stage. So unfortunately, I don't have detailed information for you here tonight on that. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about this proposed rezoning and OCP amendment.
Council have any questions for Ms. Bradshaw? Councillor Charney?
They have not purchased that plot of land yet from the city?
That's correct.
So Ransom Avenue is going to stop right where the R2 will be coming in. And so when I looked at the property, there seemed to be land between Nicholas and their development. What will that be?
So I may just need to point to some things on a map.
no, yeah, I see that the R2 goes right up to that property on Ransom, the very last property there, yes. But then what about all that other property where, all in that white? Where is Nicola Avenue in relationship to this?
This here's.
Oh, okay, so.
And then this is Ransom. It's
Right.
really difficult to see on this map.
So what they're trying to do is get their R2 button up to Nicola?
Yes, so this application we're looking at now is just looking at this piece.
Great.
If the applicant was to successfully purchase this portion here, the intent would be to match.
And
So the short of it is Ransom would continue in the exact same kind of contiguity that it is right now, and Nicola would remain separate for it. So they would hug the property line of Ransom, not of Nicola. So Ransom isn't going anywhere. It would be preserved if that were acquired and consolidated.
okay, so there will be a strip of land.
There would still be the frontage road being Ransom, and again, as they indicated, there is a possibility of some future connection from Nicola itself, but that's not part of this application. It would definitely be a subdivision.
And they did briefly mention a covenant on title, and that covenant has to do with the frontage road, so that's through MOTI as well, so it's the province is involved with that.
Any other questions from council? I see your mic is on. Mic is on, you get asked. Councilor Rogan.
So for what I understand, the current amendment is in alignment with the neighborhood policies outlined in this proposal, right? So now it's also clear that there is a need for housing, developmental housing. That's everyone knows that part, right? The concern that I have here is that this is a preliminary design, right? So it doesn't mean that that's going to happen by the time we go ahead with this amendment. So that can be, potentially it can be a 1772 a residential lot based for detached dwellings and townhomes. But doesn't mean that that's going to happen. So we are going to, what type of housing are we talking about here? Are we talking about a affordable housing, subsidized housing? We don't know that because that can change because this is a preliminary design. So that's the concern that I have. Moving forward with something that I don't know what's going to be the outcome. So you know all the concerns that we had with the recent developments that we had. So it was originally one thing and it ended up being a different thing. So that's the concern.
Councilor Neal.
Yes, and again to echo Councillor Ogwin, my concern would be going ahead and giving third reading at this point. I would be more inclined to not necessarily defer this, but possibly wait a little bit of time to see if any information comes back either from Modi or from the proponent to see if there are further design issues or if they've put forward anything else at that time. But I'm not necessarily in support of giving this third reading at this point.
Councilor Charney.
Phillips Road to Ransom, is that a guarantee or is that just a proposal? Like, are they going to be required to extend Phillips all the way up to Ransom?
So that would be, again, we would take a look at the road connectivity at the subdivision stage, but their intent would be to extend the road that's currently being developed, and they've included that in their proposal.
I got a feeling we've got way too many mics on here. I think that's the problem. Sean.
I just wanted to add, respecting all of council's views, that in general, the endless circle that we run in with development is that developers are happy to spend doing detailed design work, meeting with ministry, having engineers do that work, once they know they've got their zoning so that they're actually permitted to do something on that property, they generally have a high degree of hesitancy to be incurring a bunch of costs where they don't have any assertion that that is going to go forward or not. And so that would be the only caution that I would raise from the staff side, that waiting for more information might actually just result in them saying, well, we're not going to ever go seek that more information because this might be, they would have to incur costs without any certainty of development at that point. So I just wanted to highlight that as a potential risk that would come forward. The other thing that I would add, and I think it's important given what was proposed here, is this is low density residential, and so as you indicated, Councillor Hogan, that there is no guarantee as to what comes through with that low density residential. But what I can say is, as it's currently zoned, it's actually, you could do a whole lot more, much higher density. They're down zoning it to low density residential. And so if the concern is what might they do, they can do a lot more now currently than what they are proposing to do under a residential development. So if the risk is, I'm not 100% sure about this is reducing the number of things that they can do to a limited residential use as opposed to like a mixed use commercial that could be at a higher density. So those are the only 2 points that I felt were important just as we were going through here. Feel free to ask the more detailed questions of the development staff, but I thought those were 2 points to flag.
Thank you. Councillor Richard.
I can appreciate that this council hasn't heard a lot of things that the previous council had heard, but what we have heard in town is that we really need the housing so that businesses can develop, things that we really need to work on in town. When the development permit comes, then we'll get more of the details that are coming, but from what we've seen, it's likely that they'd want to connect to Ransom and possibly to Nicola, and that's why I would support this, because it's a good area where there's other housing. It meets with the OCP plan, and there's other houses in the neighborhood of, you know, above grade dwellings that was in the report. And being the R2, we know that there's not going to be a 5-story apartment building going there, which really had the previous council in a lot of inquiries. And you know, with a couple of inquiries that we can address, and we can appreciate the concerns, but I think that we need to support this. I can accept the reluctance of everybody, but it's in an area of established homes on Armstrong Street, and it's a good neighborhood. So I support it. Thank you.
I'd like to agree with Councillor Etchart that I would support it also, because we do definitely need the housing. Thank you.
Councillor Egan.
I also agree with my councillors on the left and the right of me, but I also have the concerns of Ms. Texmo, which she brought forward earlier regarding the increased traffic, and I would like to hear a little bit more about how that's going to be handled. But I will support it pending results of traffic control.
Councillor Hogan.
So everyone is in agreement that we need housing. We want to make sure that we have the right housing that people can afford in our community. So in regards of the concerns that the presenter raised tonight, I feel like she didn't get the answers. So I would like to be able to address those questions from the developer to say, okay, once we have that information, then we feel more comfortable moving forward.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'd like to just respond to the questions from the councillors here. You've brought up traffic, and I think that's something that we are also concerned about on the staff side as well, because this is just conceptual at this stage for the rezoning, for the purpose of the rezoning and OCP amendment. A traffic impact assessment, or a TIA, is something that we would be able to request at the subdivision stage from the developer, and as the applicant mentioned, that would be done through a traffic engineer, someone who's well educated in that area. They would be completing a traffic impact assessment, so that could be a requirement that we would ask on the staff end. I know that doesn't address the questions at this point right now, but just as a reassurance, as for the process down the road, what we're looking to do.
Councillor Neal?
Question of staff, then when will the next opportunity be to come back so that we are sure that we have a TIA in place when the subdivision portion comes to us?
So as mentioned, this is the chance for public input here, and we bring it forward to council at this stage. The subdivision would be an internal process. However, we do complete referrals to internal and external agencies as well when we're completing the subdivision and subsequent development processes.
Ms. Texmo, could you possibly give us your, you made a, you gave us some facts and some figures. Could we have that sent to us or give it to Ms. Bradshaw so we can have those addressed? So I would feel more comfortable, sure please. I'd feel more comfortable if that was in Ms. Bradshaw's hands, and that way when the TIA is done, then we can address those actual, I think there's a lot of good numbers there, so I'd like to see that cover. So go ahead and enter. Yeah, Ms. Bradshaw. Oh, I'll take one. I'll take one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is what happens when you get a new council. We don't do things by the book. Sorry about that. So I guess we're probably not following 100% protocol here. Any other questions on this from council? Councillor Etcher.
My concern that we don't give this third reading is we may be sending the wrong message to developers. It's an area that wasn't prone to flooding. There will be the development permit, and we really have to make a good decision here, not necessarily for us, but with the housing crisis, we really have to think about what's going to happen. Of course, I'm worried about traffic. I grew up in that neighborhood. Ms. Texmo's information is great, and that's a concern that we can all have, but be more concerned about the backlash that you may get from the development community if we're not seeming like we're trying to support them in development as well when you make your decision. And I do think that we need to vote, because if we don't vote and give this third reading, we're going to look indecisive. So thank you.
So Mr. Moore, I'm going to move ahead. Councillor Newton.
Knowing that the delegation has now presented and provided the information to staff, I am much more confident that we will incorporate that going forward at a staff level. With that being said, I will go ahead and make a motion that we give third reading to the zoning amendment bylaw.
Forgive me, Your Worship. This is going to be one of those ridiculous procedural things,
yes.
Because a zoning amendment, a zoning bylaw must be compliant with an official community plan. So the written order on the agenda is actually very important that we do the official community plan first and then the zoning, because otherwise we'd be voting on a zoning bylaw which was not compliant with the OCP. I apologize.
So just to be clear here, Mr. Wallace, do I have to read this 3 times? Oh, sorry, that's me.
Sorry, Your Worship. The motion moved by Councillor Newman and seconded by Councillor Epshot was the Council give third reading to Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2342/2022, and then we would ask that the mover of each of those 4 recommendations in turn could verbalise them all. It would be extremely helpful, just so it makes it absolutely impossible for anyone to say that you didn't know what you were voting on.
Okay, so I will read it again. That Council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2343/2022. Second.
Just question on clarity, it's been moved and seconded, so we're just calling the question on the vote, I believe.
Okay, sorry.
All those in favor, essentially. Thank you.
Yeah, good. All those in favor? Opposed?
Just proceeding on, that we go ahead and I'm going to make a motion then, I guess, that the third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2343/2022 go ahead. I'm looking for a second.
Oh, opposed, sorry. My mistake. Moving on. Oh, one more. Oh, it's 2 more, okay. That Council adopt official community plan amendment bylaw number 2342/2022. Second. All in favor? Opposed? The Council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 2343/2022. Searcher, Mr. Regan. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. Still rusty on that stuff. Sorry about that. New business. Cheque signing authority to be introduced by Mr. Thompson.
You have the report in front of you. This is a housekeeping item that when we have a new council, we change the signatories on our bank account. The other part of this is that the Royal Bank has introduced a requirement that we have a motion from council in order to adopt the signatories for our bank account. And so that's a new requirement, and that's why it's being brought forward to council. Otherwise, we would, in the past, just get you to sign off, and everybody would authorize it. So the recommendation is that we amend the signing authorities for the city of Merritt to the newly elected officials, mayor, council, with the appointed officials and municipal employees. And the council moves to appoint the listed elected officials and the appointed officials to be authorized to sign the Royal Bank of Canada banking documents on behalf of the city of Merritt.
Second. Richard, any questions? Oh, Councilor.
So I was just wondering about, I have a question about the signing of a date initiative. As you know, I'm new as a councilor, so I don't know what are the procedures here. I have been working with different corporations as well as other organizations, and I know that when you have to provide audited financial statements, so I have met with auditors, and many times they raise the concern about having two as people, in this case, be appointed, having the authority to sign the check. So is that a common practice in other municipalities?
It's a common practice. Two people for all checks, yes.
Right. My question is about two appointed, because I can be elected, one person from council, and appointed would be one person from staff. So is it normal to be two people from the staff signing a check?
It's when you through the budget process, and what you're doing is you're giving approval to staff to spend those funds for those different purposes that are listed out in the budget within um, the organization. We have different authorization levels for expenditures, and so managers can spend up to a certain level, directors can spend up to a certain level. Anything over 50,000, we have the mayor or an elected official manually sign these checks along with typically myself being the director of finance. So there's requirements for authorizing the expenditures. This one is just to deal with the authorization for the bank accounts to sign those checks.
We add just a tiny bit here. So there's two things that I would say are slightly different in our policy than what you would see as typical things in other municipalities. So one, we've got a super low limit for the 2,000 and under category, which just pull up the policy again, where 2 signatures are required, 1 elected, 1 appointed, or 2 appointed. These signatures may be produced by electronic means. It's very common to have it where it's always going to be an appointed and elected. But generally speaking, in those circumstances, the threshold goes way up for when it's done electronically. So, and again, like there's lots of communities where that figure, depending on what they do, is 10,000 or 20,000, so that you can batch most things electronically. If that doesn't happen, it is almost always the case where it's 2 appointed people for those lower check values, because you have to just be able to get small checks out expeditiously. You're not going to have the mayor reviewing the literally hundreds and hundreds of checks, right? For the amount, the 2,000 to 50,000, I'm hesitant to say, because that's a pretty big range. I think you're going to find a lot of different variants in that category, and definitely the 50,000 or over, you would always expect for any large value thing you would have an elected official on there. So I would tell you, I don't think this is out of line. What I do think is a little bit archaic is the fact that we're still doing actual check signing for 2,000 or over. Every time Norm plonks a set of checks on my desk, I literally die a little bit inside, especially with how many checks is with recovery activities, etc. So for what it's worth, I think this policy does need some review. And we're doing that on the staff side to make some recommendations to you, but we just weren't ready to do that in advance of needing to get check signing authority done, so that we actually have people who can sign the checks from the elected side. So I want you to 100% know we are very live to this, and we would like to modernize our check signing. It was one of the first things Norm told me, like, can I change the policy when we do this? So that we can make it a little bit more modern. It's a great catch, and you're wise to be live to that issue.
So, any other questions? Second? Okay. So, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Nine 9.2, enforcement of city's Good Neighbor Bylaw in flood zone, to be introduced by Mr. Lawis.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And this is, I suspect, one of the items which could potentially be more controversial and lead to some more discussion. And certainly we would actually explicitly, in addition to, we always hope you will have good discussion and debate, but on this one I would just like to flag as well that I began the report with the recommendation that Council provide staff with direction of expected enforcement levels. That in itself is not really a motion that you can vote on. You would need, after having discussed it amongst yourselves, to decide what it is you want to direct us to do. So I'd like you to possibly bear that in mind as we're talking through these things. So Bylaw 2238, which is the Good Neighbour Bylaw, was attached to this agenda item, so I hope you've all had a chance to read it. there is a blanket prohibition in that bylaw stating that no owner or occupier of property shall cause or permit the property to become or remain unsightly. Unsightly is then a defined term, imports the common dictionary meaning, specifically includes without limiting accumulation of filth or rubbish, untidy placement, storage or accumulation of building materials, fences with rot, breaks or physical decay, dead or damaged landscaping, structures with lowered quality due to holes, breaks, rot or other physical decay, other similar conditions of disrepair, dilapidation or deterioration. And then rubbish, which is included in that definition, is itself defined with a long list of decaying and non-decaying solid and semi-solid wastes. As you will, of course, all be excruciatingly aware, about a year ago we had a natural disaster in this community, which led to substantial areas of the city that were inundated with water, which suffered extensive physical damage, which resulted in significant amounts of rot, decay, rubbish being left out throughout the flood zone. Merritt's approach to bylaw enforcement is typically complaint-driven and progressive, which means that although a bylaw officer does drive around town, he does observe when there are apparent offences being committed, he can take action on them. A lot of the time, the reason that he will be driving in an area in the first place is because a resident has called in and complained, say that a person is watering their property in violation of the watering restrictions, or that a property is unsightly in contravention of the Good Neighbour Bylaw, or that, say, dogs are barking in contravention of the noise provisions in the same bylaw. And then with the progressive enforcement, what that means is that we typically start at an education level or an informative level. So oftentimes the first interaction, bylaw enforcement will knock on a door. They'll ask if the people are aware of their bylaw obligations. They'll ask if they're aware of what needs to be done to bring the property into compliance. It's only pretty much as a second or a third stage that you move into steps such as ticketing for an offence, or then we do have what we consider basically the nuclear option, where if a person is simply uncooperative, if they are refusing to engage in good faith in the process, we can require them to bring their property into compliance with the bylaw, which means that we will hire a contractor. As Mr. Nendick mentioned earlier in the meeting, that can be, say, Endeavour Bylaw. It can be some of the other landscaping firms in town. It can be a more appropriate agency depending on what the issue is. And we will then the cost of that will be billed to the owner of the property with an additional fee to cover the city costs in bringing that about. And then if that remains unpaid, then it will be added to their property taxes, which will then be legally required to be paid. And ultimately, if you don't pay that, then the city will be required to sell the property at a tax sale in order to recoup it. So that's essentially the way bylaw enforcement works, from the very soft, hey, do you know you're in a contravention? Do you plan to do anything about it? To the, if you don't do anything, you make us do it, and you don't pay the fees, we will literally ultimately sell the property out from under you in order to cover the costs of making it right. So we have an incredible range of powers. Obviously, from our perspective, if we ever get to the end of that, something has gone horrifically wrong, and we really hope that the earlier it can be dealt with in the process, the better. This bylaw is in force across the entirety of the city. There has never been any vote to formally suspend it. On essentially a human level, at a staff level, when the flood occurred, we stopped. Well, for starters, it was very rare for us to receive complaints about the immediate flood-affected zone immediately afterwards, because of course everyone who was in it was pretty much directly affected. They themselves had rot, decay, dilapidation, rubbish all over their properties. As time passed, there became increasing tensions, and we are now a year on from the event. There are some people who believe that they have had although say with challenged resources, they have been able to fully clear up their properties, and they're concerned about why other people have not been able to. On the other hand, we have people who believe that they are still waiting for information from their insurers. They have still not received anything from disaster financial assistance. They feel they have still not had the opportunity and the time that is needed to clear up their properties. This therefore causes us as staff serious problems when it comes to the enforcement of the bylaw, because when a complaint comes in, we're being asked to make an assessment of where we should land on that continuum. and it essentially feels that fairly junior levels of staff are being initially put in a situation where no matter what decision they take, there will be unhappy residents. As a result of that, we would like, and obviously the report goes into a little more detail about, say, the steps that the city took in order to try to enable people to clear out their properties, and also the limitations which have been placed on that, and why there are still a number of properties around the city, and particularly around the flood zone, which have not been able to be made good at this point. I would also like to note that, as I say, that since the bylaw was never officially suspended, we did take action, enforcement action in the flood area if there were, say, non-flood related issues. So if there was, for example, a person whose property, despite being generally in the flood area, was not itself flood damaged but was severely unsightly, or where the lack of repairs were not, so where the lack of repairs were causing additional issues for other people, for example, tenants on the property, then we have continued to take action. So it's been a very subtle and nuanced approach. As I say, we knew that this was not going to make everyone happy. The question was, it was staff choosing who to make unhappy. At this point in time, I'm afraid to say one of the delightful things about sitting behind those tables, we are looking to punt this over to you as a policy decision of who to make unhappy. We would very much appreciate it if we could get a policy decision from Council on the level of enforcement of the Good Neighbour Bylaw, in particular its unsightly provisions that you expect to see in the flood-affected zone of the city, essentially the Phase 4 area where there were evacuation orders for longer than anywhere else. All of those orders have been lifted at this point in time, but some people are still not back in their homes. Some of those homes are still, frankly, wrecks and ruins. If you would like to ask any questions about the bylaw provisions, about enforcement rules and regulations, I am very happy to take those. But as I say, as staff, we would very much appreciate it if you would debate amongst yourselves what level you would like that enforcement to be taken at, and then formulate it in the manner of a resolution to direct staff to conduct a certain level of enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. So, I guess we'll do the recommendation that Council provide staff with direction of expected enforcement levels of the Good Neighbour Bylaw in the flood zone. Oh, sorry.
Next one.
I would question making a recommendation or a motion at this point before the discussion.
Your Worship, I think it would be easier if you ask any questions you have and discuss amongst yourselves first, because then you will be able to formulate a single motion that Council directs staff to do X and whatever it is that you've decided.
Okay, we'll open up to Council.
I'm looking at one property in particular. It's on Pine Street, and the house is totally destroyed. Now, his yard is not, or her yard, is a mess. Now, would that be, the dike is going to go through, if we do option 5, potentially the dike is going to take that property out. So are we still expecting that homeowner to clean his property up, even though it's going to be demolished whenever we do flood mitigation? I don't know.
Through your Worship, Councillor Charney, that is a fantastic question, and that is one of the things that I think we would very much like Council direction on. From a staff level, I think we would normally have been looking at that and saying, your home was basically destroyed, your entire lot is in ruins, and there's a possibility that the proposed flood mitigation plan could result in your property no longer existing. Therefore, we are not going to be writing you tickets and demanding that you clean up this property at this point in time. However, if you ultimately conclude that you would like us to strictly enforce the bylaw, that property would potentially be included if you ask for very strict enforcement. So that is a fantastic question, and one that I would love for Council to essentially decide where you land on.
We're looking for selective enforcement.
I'm just going to say, if you want us to continue being a bunch of softies, you need to give us permission to tell the meanies to go stuff off, or the other way around. We just need to land one way or the other.
I really think we should go selective, and because there are some people that
that one house in particular, there's no point in that person cleaning their house up unless there's going to be a flood mitigation plan for 5 years. So I think it's contingent. We have to be very careful on, you know, who do we affect. But I personally would feel that the selective enforcement would be the way I would like to see it.
Solomon, I guess you're next.
So I just want to start by addressing the public here and if they are watching from their house. So this is a difficult decision because we are not going to make somebody happy. So I just want to clarify that there is a difference between not listening and not agreeing. So I'm not that you perhaps will think, oh, he's not listening. Perhaps I'm not going to agree with some of you, which is different. So there are two sides, one of those ones who have already done the repairs and rebuilding, and the other ones who are just waiting. So I feel like Councilor Charney said, I would like to proceed with the selective enforcement as long as there is a specific period of time. So I just don't want to go and say, okay, staff, you can go and decide who you are going to be enforcing that policy. So I would like to state a specific period of time so that the owners know that after that period of time, the policy, the good neighbor bylaw policy will be fully implemented.
My opinion on this is that it should be selective. I think it's got to be done in a case-by-case situation because some people haven't received any funding. Some people aren't in their homes. Some people aren't. They don't have the capability to take things away. They might not even know what resources to still contact to get some help. But I do think that if there are toxic items that are on their property, those kinds of things have to be enforced. So there you have it, as far as I'm concerned. It should be case by case. And then I perhaps agree with Councillor Miguel Hogan that you should have a time limit on it, based, again, on a case by case situation. Thank you.
Councillor Richard.
A lot of the comments here have already been addressed, but I do agree that you have to look at the areas and see the severity of damage being selective. Some of the areas are damaged, but they also have a lot of weeds and could attract rodents and things like that. So we have to kind of look at these situations because I can see in the public that I know that there's some people that have brought up concerns of, you know, fire risk in the summer and whatever wild animal could be sleeping in those weeds at night or someone hiding there. Safety, I mean, given what's gone on in the last week too tall a grass could be a good hiding spot for somebody the police are looking for. So there are different levels of severity. Some levels are a total loss situation with homes that are never going to be repaired, but at the same time there's a fire risk if you let things go too long, and then there could be squatters and potential fires in neighborhoods and other risks like that. So I think you kind of need a rated level of most severe to maybe mildly damaged to less damage to just, you know, different levels. So I think the selective is the way to go, and maybe start out with a letter, maybe then a phone call, and maybe a site visit, something like an approach with a date on it, something like that. Thanks.
So myself, being in the flood area, I would support the selective, and one of the reasons is because there are some homes in my area that the people have done all of the work inside, but they've done absolutely nothing on the outside, and it's a year in. I understand that some people are waiting for DFA or insurance, but you can cut your lawn or get someone to cut your lawn or pay a kid $20. The only thing that worries about me in some of the areas where I am is the grass is about 3 or 4 feet high. It's dead. I'm worried about somebody coming by throwing a cigarette in and the whole thing goes up. I'm not concerned about the house itself because we understand that's flood damage, but it's the yard and the area. If you walk down some of the streets in my area, it looks like we don't care at all, and that's the message I don't want to send. So selective for me is what I would like to see. I think it is something that I think works well. Sean?
just wanted to add one comment. So selective is what we're currently doing. In fairness, I think the challenge here is that everyone has a different idea as to what ought to be selectively enforced. And so long as council is comfortable with saying, hey, staff, set up criteria and make a judgment call, and you will support staff in whatever that judgment call is, we can continue to do this, and that's just fine. There isn't any problem with that. The issue that you need to be aware of is that when we are doing that, there are certain people that we're definitely going to be making upset. They might find that our selective enforcement should fall on one end of the spectrum or another. And so what I think that we will do if we do go down the selective enforcement path is if it gets to the spot where somebody is quite frustrated, we would love council support to be able to say, hey, if you have questions, feel free to talk with a member of council or to set some system up like that, so it's not always falling on poor bylaw officer, because it's just this is just nuanced. Life is gray, and that's what I think I've heard from council as well, is you can't pick a black or a white on this. You're going to have to continue to run gray. It's just, you need to know it's hard. It's really hard on the people who are struggling to try to get their lives in order, and for some people that means I want my neighbor's life to get in order, and for others that means I need some more time personally. And so we want to be there for folks, and I think that helping connect them with you in circumstances where one of those parties may be a little bit frustrated might actually be a helpful mechanism to resolve this if council's okay with that.
Yes, and echoing most of my fellow councillors, I think selective, I would support that going forward. I think, though, coming back from staff with a degree of how they might like to approach this going forward on a severity level might be helpful, so that it's at least council is completely familiar and confident that staff is approaching this in the appropriate direction, along with discussed a few times a time limit. I don't think we want this to go on for another year. We hear from my heart goes out to those that have been affected, but at the same time, you hear time and time again from, my goodness, we want our community to look like it had before. We want to return to normal. So I'm not sure what that time frame looks like. It's, again, everybody's insurance companies are running on different speeds, and the resources available to some people are a little less than others. So respecting that, but I would love to see staff come back with some sort of brief report on what it looks like to our various levels of selective enforcement.
Yeah, I agree with the selective enforcement. And does staff know how many are actually absentee landlords, people that were renting? There's lots to think about. And as we're into winter and a lot of these problem areas are covered by snow, I feel come probably springtime would be maybe a deadline. I would love to ride with Bylaw for a day or two and actually maybe see what he sees. Thank you.
The thing, and I will say this, we come from a team that really loves to find what the lines are and set that criteria. What I will tell you is very difficult to do with Good Neighbor is it's completely subjective. You look at a property and you say, unsightly, yes or no. Because in most properties, I bet you could probably go to my house right now and say, Sean, your weeds are a little tall. There might be something, but I don't think somebody's going to look at it and say, unsightly property, you're going to go, right? And so usually it is sort of difficult because it's kind of an aesthetic reaction, and that is what we find it most difficult with it is, yeah, you show up and you're saying, I'm not having a set aesthetic reaction to this property right now. Yep, we acknowledge that there's a fence here that's a little bit dilapidated. We understand that. It's also, I don't know what the circumstances are. So they might go have a conversation with the property owner, but then end up deciding to not take enforcement action. And then that very same thing is going to lead to, there might be a dilapidated fence in another situation where we'd say, that thing is horrible, it needs to go immediately. And so it's just very difficult to to set that criteria. I'm not saying we won't try, but you just need to know that so much it's, if we were to pull up 10 pictures and say unsightly yes or no, we could probably get there more easily than trying to define a set of criteria that would say, are we going to enforce against this or not?
Oh, sorry.
Newman, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, no, and maybe criteria is not as much what I'm thinking is maybe possibly approaching it like we were saying, like with a letter first. We've approached it. Now we've done a visit. We've had a conversation, and so we know that this property has had five complaints and 5 visits and 5 letters. We know it's a repeat offender, and possibly maybe it is up to council. We take a visit ourselves to say maybe we would agree with bylaw and back them up that it's not that. No, that's Paul. Yeah, he wants to go for the ride. But no, like I just mean as a support to bylaw, because I mean it's a very he is a city municipal employee, and I think he does need our support in this. However that looks, whether it be guidelines or however that is, but I 100% believe that if bylaw's been called to the same property 5-10 times, it's enough might be enough, and we've got to get to that point. And I don't know, maybe April 30th seems like a nice spring deadline to get everybody in order.
So I have a question, Mr. Laus. If we're already at option number 2, and we're all agreeing on number 2, I'm assuming we probably should just receive this for information and leave things as it is.
Your worship, you could do that, but essentially we would continue as we were and no one would change. I would note though that multiple councillors have expressed a need for a deadline. So what you could do, for example, is to take option number 2 and make it council instructs staff to continue selective enforcement based on the specific situation of each property to be revisited at April 30th, 2020.
Sure. So, Councillor Hogan. And you've got all that, Mr. Laus? Thank you for making that motion for us. Appreciate it. All those in favor? Those opposed? Passed.
And I do want to clarify, that's to be revisited at that time, not, so we're bringing it back to you, not it's going to be happening at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
9.3, flood mitigation plan finalization to be introduced by Mr. Sean Strang and Associated Engineering. Mr. Strang, the floor is yours.
life. I'm surprised you can't pick me up from your mic, Greg. So I will leave it at that. That's kind of what we're looking to do tonight, and then Jeff and Paul will kind of walk you through where we've gone after the plan, after they kind of walk through their presentation. I'm available for any questions from kind of the funding city side, and they're available for any kind of technical questions. Take it away. That hurts.
We can hear you now, if you can hear this. Wonderful, yes we can, thank you. I do apologize, but you'll need to start from the beginning.
So we get in talking about protection, different types, have a cool bottom which is on the deck part. What is structure seeking or many structure, many to the deck additional and bank debt and that's the case through system we consider there's a few here and this so these are different flood structures. Top one what we call water sun embankment. So yeah we have right on the lake itself a trap field which is way to provide flood protection. The setback dike we can wear but we're taking that as a little more slight away bank implication property and we need to connect could be in some sense in instance to system and there would be like all the dike which would be motion section that needs original types of structure. Some other things could be a road is also drainage stations that one people build talking about dikes, river, these features off when if there's any rain in the south may not goes improve your water system potentially popping out into there be something considered and that we've committed the plan. Bridging is some necessary flag defending in terms of looking at the idle structure. Another system with a dike but river dredging and there was a lot that we were public the houses that part of this part but all respond the vein and there seemed to suggest to us white dredging and that isn't recommended in spite of some of the reasons. Just wanted did have the flood event and did the flood event of the itself and into White's position and certainly position in Water River event wasn't White's so we don't leave that in a solution when praying there be actions and answers so as river channel is water flood structures can be management if that is considered official you consider a measure angles this just continue on the system stabilize cause of the location can resolve habitat can be losses it can be live with a system cloud in the city can be incentive and then it's practical and then lastly there just needs that regulatory management so yeah that we can build them and so on essentially static to forward the flood
Twitter, and YouTube was actively used that the city already had in place. The public survey that Jeff pointed out ran from April 22nd to July 3rd, had 315 responses. We had our first open house on April 22nd, and that came alongside the OCP review. And then community had a whole presentation back on June 29th, and then we followed up with our second open house on June 29th as well. And specific to the First Nations engagement, the city has had extensive conversations with the First Nations communities, as well as 2 presentations done to the Nicola Watershed Governance Partnership as well. So the key component of the engagement process is recognize that we're stage 1 of 4 has been done, and there's lots of work and engagement to take place still.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, so just in summary, so we developed 7 conceptual options, and option 5 is our preferred option at this stage. And just to reiterate that evaluation and refinement of the preferred option can still be completed during detailed design. Implementation costs are going to be high, and phasing or looking at a multi-year flood mitigation program can be considered. That's exactly what we've done for the city of Grand Forks. But funding is a priority right now. That's a necessity in order to be able to move forward with implementation and construction of flood mitigation in Merritt. And so once that funding is secured, some of the next steps will include working with individual property owners in the dike and setback areas. There'll be further consultation, as Paul just described. We'll get into the detailed design, the environmental assessments, and the regulatory permitting, and then ultimately that'll all lead into construction of these works. So that's it. I'll send it back to Sean. Hopefully, we couldn't hear Sean at the beginning of this presentation, so hopefully the audio system can work out if there are any questions for us.
I'm sure it was a wonderful introduction.
We're just
if, I assume on Main Street you're going to have waterside dikes and setback diking. They wanted to know if it was possible to, near their area, put sheet piling so that they wouldn't lose so much of their property. Is there a possibility of a combination of diking, or do we say, no, this is the best for that location?
I don't know if you have anything else to add to this question, but in theory, that could be possible. So you could transition between different dike structures along the alignment. So you could have a waterside dike, which is that trapezoidal earth shape, and then that could transition into a wall and then back to an earth dike. But in practice, that's not really how we would design it, and certainly what we wouldn't recommend. The individual discussions with property owners hasn't occurred, and as I said throughout the presentation a few times, this is the concept, and there's still details and things to be worked out. So at that stage, I think that's when we take a hard look at some of those individual properties and start that engagement and discussion with those owners to work out what the best path forward would be.
And I just wanted to add just a little bit of clarity around that. The initial engagement, as Jeff has said, was for kind of the conceptual plan. In phase 2, that's where we are. We don't want to go and say, this is what dike structures should be like without properly consulting with the people whose land that we're talking about. And that was part of the conceptual plan. Now, part of phase 2, that is about having those more individualized conversations with those people rather than have it in an open forum where they've been pressured or tell me the issue, etc. So any individuals whose land that we have funding for that we're looking at doing detailed engineering, we will personally speak to each one of those, and we do have a couple of the first stages of this flood mitigation plan that we have some grants for, and we've gone to those individual landowners to start talking about it.
Sean, you were squirming there. Go ahead.
Not squirming so much as I just think that for directing council where some of the questions that you had were in the report. So the bridge replacement section in 6.26 sets out what Jeff was talking about, how there are 3 bridges that are going to be constrained under this model unless they are replaced. And then when you get into the 6.3.4, it says that replacements for Main Street, Nicola Avenue, and Boat Street bridges would be required in all these options. And so the hard part with this is while we can acknowledge that, hey, we're going to need to replace this until you get to a funding to know what we're talking about, and then the detailed design stage, it's really difficult to know exactly what the solution around each one of those is going to be, because it's going to be dependent on A, dollars, but B, we're going to need to do much more detailed design. And although Jeff's done the modeling on this, that's going to need multiple engineers kind of coming up with what the solution is going to be to make sure that the diking aligns with the ridges, etc. But I just wanted to flag here that what Sean was saying here is one of these we're getting closer to being ready to go on from a flood recovery perspective, while the other one, just by virtue of time, we're not going to be starting on a Main Street bridge dike replacement in the same timeline that we're going to be advancing this first recovery project. So I don't think there's ever going to be a risk of those two being closed at the same time, just by virtue of we're still looking for funding and still have a lot of engineering design and other things to do. So just wanted to add a little bit more specificity with reference to the report on that question.
Councilor Reid?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. I know you say on a couple of your maps here that there's possible dredging reach. Would that be because of the speed of the river at any high water mark as it comes around, spins around, and just redeposits soil? Would that be? I mean, you said it's going to be expensive and ongoing dredging, so I'm just wondering why you actually have it in there.
Yeah, so on one of the 2 sections where we identified dredging would be potentially beneficial. And those two locations specifically were identified to have deposition, and they also happen to be tied to locations where there was a channel avulsion, which means the channel moved into a new spot. So it's essentially those old locations that filled up with sediment. So there would be some benefit to go in there as part of this work as a one-time management tool to go in and dredge some of that material out. This wouldn't be an ongoing annual thing that the city would have to be tied to. It should be, yes. I don't know what specific sections you're referring to, but we did have current information, Walt Street, yeah. Yes, we did have current topographic information to work with as part of this work, so that should be in our model and represented. And under design conditions, there's still some deficiencies, so we'd still be recommending flood protection on the Nicola.
Councillor Petrosi?
For dredging clay banks, there's some properties that are actually falling into the river. Are you planning on rerouting the river in that section?
This is probably.
I'm not sure if that is.
Can you clarify the area that you're talking about there? So I want to make sure that I'm talking about the same area.
Yeah, just below Claire's, that subdivision up where you are.
Fur? Up on Fur?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's what. Yeah, I'll take this, Jeff. So,
thank you.
I'll have some more information on that in probably the coming weeks. We actually have Ministry of Environment who's coming in and looking at a bit of timeline for a study on that. We actually had it on our books, but they are electing to do it in addition to or instead of. We're still clarifying it with them. So they, as MOE, had a fairly large project administered by PricewaterhouseCoopers that basically cleared out all of the sediment and did a little bit of work on the river bank in terms of clearing. They flagged that particular corridor, that particular reach of the river and that bank as needing some additional work and some stabilization work. It will be a part of our final FMP, but MOE is now involved in doing some actual analysis on it. We don't have a fulsome answer in terms of what that's going to look like, because honestly that's news to me in the last week or so here. So we don't know, but there's multiple agencies that are looking at that specific bank.
Thank you.
My question was in regards to the bank protection in that same area, of how that will look. Obviously, the river is completely changed down there, just in between those two bridge areas. And then another question I had was in regards to the sediment water, where it's now still, because it's the river's now on the other side. What the plans are for that area. You can't leave the water sitting there like that going forward, I wouldn't think. So just a question on that.
I'm not sure how to answer that one. I don't believe that we would have a specific plan that would address standing water in the particular riverbank. The riverbank kind of oxbows, as it comes up, you'll have standing pools, as it goes down, you'll have standing pools from where the water comes up. In terms of what the final flood protection looks like in that specific area, that's a question that we'll be much better able to answer as we proceed forward to detailed engineering. So this, again, I wish I could throw you some 3D visualizations of what this ends up looking like, but we're not at that point where we have the detail behind it. We have at the end of the day, a lot of these are just dikes. It's moving rock or moving earth and then putting in rock, but where exactly that goes, how exactly tall they are, where they interface with bridges, all of that stuff happens in that detailed engineering phase. We don't have, the reason it hasn't been done is A, we haven't done the consultation to get to that phase, and B, it's a fairly expensive thing to do. So until we actually have funding in place from a senior level of government, we haven't proceeded with that detailed engineering.
Councilor Newman again?
Yeah, and just one follow-up question in regards to the First Nations engagement going forward. How do you see that unfolding just, would it be the same as it will be for the residents of Merritt themselves, or is it going to be separate?
It's similar, so it's 5.2 in the report, or 5.3 or something like that. I can't remember exactly what section. I'm going to say 5.2. So we do outline kind of a 4-phase consultation plan that Paul and Jeff and a number of other people have actually had a hand in laying that out. So the phase 2 that will be triggered as a result of accepting this final conceptual plan is that this plan is then circulated out to both the governing members of all the bands in the area and selected technical expertise, or selected technical experts within those communities as well, and just starting to engage and have that conversation, and it will move to more of an official consultation rather than engagement at that point.
Question that I have, in a perfect world, everything happens, DMAF comes back. What is the timeline that we look at? Thank you. 5 years?
5 years. Just honest, being completely honest, when you look at some other municipalities, and again, everyone's looking at Grand Forks. That's probably the closest thing to us, and there's some very large differences between what we've done and what Grand Forks, or what we need to do and what Grand Forks has done. Grand Forks had to come up with a voluntary buyout program for almost 90 properties, 90 less 3. They actually ended up expropriating 3, but voluntarily bought out the rest, which was a very, very long run-out process. We fortunately won't have that number of properties that we have to look at a voluntary buyout, but it's often the same process. So they had their federal/provincial funding announcement on their 1-year anniversary, which is something that I've been quite vocal about on our 1-year anniversary. We did not, unfortunately, have the same good announcement, and of course we're knocking on all the doors that we can at this point. So Grand Forks, I visited a couple of times this summer. They were at the point where they've now bought out all the properties, they are moving the houses, and they were doing earthwork and actually had dikes and whatnot in place. And so that's 4 years later. I would be unsurprised if we're in that 3 years, if best case scenario. 5 years is kind of a mid case scenario by the time it's all finished.
Any other questions?
2 questions is, first off, now that we are officially considered a flood of record, will that possibly increase any funding options, do you think, going forward with senior levels of government? And then the other question, now that MOE is involved on that river, will that draw the process out any longer?
So I'll deal with the first one first. The flood of record is a designation of what level, that the highest water level that anyone has ever seen on that river. It can be different than Q200. Q200 is the standard of water that you would expect to return once in every 200 years. There are some previous examples where flood of record is far, far above what would have been considered a Q200 standard, like Lower Fraser River uses their flood of record from 1894 because it's so far above what would normally be expected as a Q200. It doesn't necessarily affect funding applications if your flood of record is way, way beyond what your Q200 level is, much to, my chagrin for sure. That doesn't move us to the front. One of the only, and I'm going to actually say the only large-scale flood mitigation program is that DMAF program, Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund, which is a federal program with that Grand Forks got almost match funding from the province, basically. That is basically the only large-scale program that allows for property buyouts to do this kind of mitigation work, and they have a number of criteria that they select on. Having a flood of record above a Q200 level is not necessarily one of the things that they look at, but they do look at a number of things. I feel like we probably have a fairly good chance if they reopen it. We have heard from many different people that the engineering that we've done, that Jeff and Paul and their team have done here, has been very, very high level, and it's impressed the right people, but we need that program. And I'm sorry, your second question was, my apologies.
MOE.
Just in regards to Ministry of Environment being here, if that will delay or help or hinder?
Yeah, so MOE's been involved in this project from the very start for sure. Definitely on November 16th of last year, there was just a different standard for MOE approvals than we have right now when we're doing some projects. And so, of course, when you're operating under emergency provisions, you're allowed to do a lot more with the river than you are now. Does it help or hinder? I guess no more, no less than normal. MOE's involvement in that particular riverbank that we're referring to is probably going to, I would assume, be helpful, but we're going to have to, comply with all the regular MOE provisions that we would with any other flood works, whether or not this flood had happened.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, just through the environmental overview assessment that we did as part of this project, we've identified all the permits and approvals that are going to be required, and through the various agencies. So you're going to be dealing with the Ministry of Environment. You're going to be dealing with Department of Fisheries and Oceans on the federal side. So it's fully understood in terms of the time frame required to get these approvals. So it's part of the process that we have to go through, and they would work in concert with the design specific to site-specific requirements as well.
My concern, though, would be that if MOE is just coming in now again, or I should say, is that if we approve this plan conceptually speaking, do we anticipate that there'll be any changes because they're showing up now?
No, so this plan, we won't actually have an environmental application as a direct result of this plan. This plan will directly, as I was saying, trigger phase 2 consultation. This plan will hold a lot more weight if it's accepted as a final plan for fundraising. But after that point, then from an MOE or from a permitting perspective, from a DFO perspective, we will then go out for phase 3 consultation and then detailed engineering, and then those detailed engineering plans are what you would take for the actual environmental permitting. So nothing that MOE that we would anticipate would fundamentally change this conceptual plan.
Sean? I just wanted to add a tiny bit of color on 2 points. First one is the timing. So first off, I think Sean is dead right, but I want you guys to understand why. Part of that is, and I think this is news to many people when they come to learn about doing work in and around streams, is that there are extremely narrow fish windows for actually doing work. And one major difference we have from Grand Forks here is there's a lot of dike. It's not in kind of a small area. There's a lot of linear kilometers of dike here. And so for the Coldwater River, for example, the prescribed fish window is July 22nd to August 1st of each year. That doesn't mean that through application, consultation, etc., that you can't work out some work plan that would have things on the shoulder of that or whatever it might look like, and I would defer to Jeff because it definitely happens, but kind of your default work window, there's basically 1 week every year in which you do in-stream works. So I really want this to look like, if we're going to be good partners in this, and this is really important to the First Nations communities that we've talked about, that what we do is going to need to be held to the highest environmental standards, rigor, etc. So we fully anticipate that when it comes to the engagement portions, making sure that we are limiting our impacts to fish windows is going to be a critical requirement of the communities that we're going to be working with and partners on in this project. And so part of it is going to be just in order to build the infrastructure itself, you're not going to do this in a season. It's just not the kind of project that gets done in one season. It will be multiple years of actual construction, let alone the lead time in working through property acquisitions and other things. And that's all things that start after you get the funding. And so I think that Sean's estimate here of, I'm actually even a little bit hesitant on the 3 years point. I'd say like it would be a miracle if this was done in 4. If there's some work starting in 4, that would be an awesome outcome for the city of Merritt. So I know that that's not what you or the public are going to want to hear, but I think it's really important to set the right expectations that moving fast on this project is going to look different than moving fast on building a road. It's just a different type of project with different requirements, and it's not something you just get to railroad through. So hopefully when we get funding, we can start some of this consultation. Work's going to start in a couple of years. That would be a fantastic outcome, but actually seeing appreciable levels of dikes constructed, I think that 4 or 5 years figure is not unreasonable, and want to set the expectations at the right spot at the outset.
Thanks, Sean. Any other questions? So it appears we're done. So I'd like to thank you, Sean. I'd like to thank Jeff and Paul for coming in and talking to us and giving us some insight on the plan. I appreciate it, and going through our technical difficulties, so thank you very much. You're our second set of guinea pigs tonight, so thank you. Thank you. So motion is that council resolve to adopt the attached flood mitigation plan. Councillor Etchart, Councillor Egan, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. I just want to say one thing here real quick. Dealing with both the Seans over the last while on this whole flood thing, you need to know that these two gentlemen have taken us light years ahead of everyone else. We would be sorely behind if it wasn't for these two. So you, as you get to know Sean Strang, who's become my favorite new buddy, and Sean Smith, no, you're there too. I can have more than one friend, it's fine. But as you find out more that's going on, you'll find out that their actions have really, it's something you have to see. I applaud you guys. It's your foresight got us where we are today, and we are light years ahead of where we should be. So thank you very much to both of you. You deserve everything, and all those that help, but you two really got us there. So thank you. Okay, moving on. Notices of motion. That's 25 cents. Thank you. Reports from council. Any reports from council? Yes. Councilor Newman.
Just a quick recap. Both we attended Remembrance Day ceremony, which I believe was since our last council meeting. I myself, Councillor Egan, and Councillor Petruzzi attended the Remembrance Day ceremony out at Chalouche and with the Lower Nicola Indian Band, and it was a very incredible ceremony. I think on all accounts, aside from it being cold, very well attended. It was their first ceremony in the past 2 years. It's also the last ceremony that will be held at that location, with their hopes that the cenotaph will be erected next year. So the ceremony will be moved to that location, which I believe is outside of the Catholic Church. So that was really great. And then just another quick report on another event we attended at the Lower Nicola Indian Band. Again, was their swearing-in ceremony last week, and Chief and Council are all there, and they were very, very happy to see that the City of Merritt was represented there. So.
Myself, I attended the local Remembrance Day ceremonies in Leda Reith, and I also was sworn in as a director on the TNRD, and I want to thank the councillors and Councillor Etchart for filling in for me while I was away. I couldn't be at both, so I thank you very much and for representing us, and I do appreciate it. Councillor Etchart.
So yeah, busy last couple of weeks. Attended with those of us that weren't in Lower Nicola. We're here locally at the Remembrance Day ceremony, which was great to see 56 wreaths, I think it was. So that was, I think, a record. So that was great, really well attended. Also attended with the other councillors the event at Lower Nicola Indian Band, which was great to have been there and invited. It was an amazing ceremony. Also, last week it was great to see the turnout at the Neighbour Day event. I think pretty sure all of us were there at some point or another. I thought I would only be there for a little while, and well, next thing you know, it's 5 hours in. So it was great to see a lot of residents and talk with them and see all the information provided. So I think that we're making good headway, and thank you to the recovery team and everyone that put that information together. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Petrosi.
In addition to attending the First Nations Remembrance Day ceremony and the Saturday, the Neighbour Day, last Wednesday I attended the Indigenous Justice Center. I guess it's like a First Nations court, and it's held at the Civic Center once a month. And it's providing culturally appropriate support for Indigenous peoples involved in the justice system. And there's a judge, 2 lawyers, and 4 elders that are there. And I walked away from there feeling that actually it's a great thing for the Indigenous court or Justice Center. And I invite any of you to come. Actually, the next one is December 21st, 9:30 in the morning. So the individuals that are there, they have a healing plan that is laid out for them, and I just want to be there. And 3 of them have been called back next month, and I want to see how they're doing on their healing plans. So it's pretty informative.
Councilor Charney.
I also attended the Remembrance Day ceremony here. It's very moving. I went to the Highway 8 announcement, and I was really glad to hear that we can now travel on highway to Spence's Bridge. I went to the Nicola Valley Transportation Society celebrating their 15 years, and just the other day I volunteered to be the liaison for the council for that society. And I didn't know that they were the only non-profit group in British Columbia that is dealing with transportation in a community. They're the only ones that are non-profit. The rest are money makers. I also went to the LNIB swearing in. It was absolutely fantastic. There was one little boy that was dancing. He just stole my heart. He was fantastic. It was really nice to see. I went to the neighborhood day also and found lots of information, saw lots of people. And today I went to the tree lighting with quite a few other councillors. And so that's what I did the last couple of months.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Just a question, well, actually more of a clarification. I think Councillor Petrosi said that at the First Nations Court that we are the only one in the province. Was that correct?
There are 3 in the province and 3 cities that are offering this, and we're actually ahead of the curve on this. So I invite you to come and sit in on it. Pretty informative. Thank you.
Okay, information items. 12.1 snow clearing policy and procedure. Rick Green, Director of Public Works and Engineering, will present and be available to answer any questions of council regarding the city's snow clearing program. Mr. Green, you and your tie are up.
So you want to talk snow? Thank you, Your Worship, Council. I should start off by saying snow clearing is not really a science. It's really just adapting to conditions as they change all the time. We plow, we pre-treat, we throw sand down on ice, and it's about that simple. The variables that come into it, as you'll see with I believe they were handed out the policy, correct, Sean, and our procedures. I spent a fair bit of time the last week reading through iterations of the different staffs that have had cracks at this over the last while that were unfinished and maybe didn't make it to any kind of forum to discuss more formally. But they're all basically the same type of thing. Different ideas on equipment, different ideas on frequency, different ideas on hours. But really what it comes down to when we're trying to make a community safe in the wintertime is do we have the resources to get the level of service that is desired, and should we have the resources and the dollars, I guess, to make it that way? There has to be a balance. I'm a little bit cheaper on this type of stuff coming from Alberta. I know snow, I know big equipment, and I know how to move it around. This world's a little different because we get a little bit more ice and a little bit more melting, probably a lot more. I'm pretty sure Christine first talked to me and she told me it doesn't freeze here. Very disappointing. Mine's however, to that end, there's not a lot of magic to this. When it comes down to it, it's resources and level of service. You set the bar where you want things. We get back to you with how we think we can achieve that and what it's going to cost. And honestly, you can have just about any level of service you want. It's just a matter of how far you're willing to go. If you want to clear the downtown core a lot more, if we do get more snow, generally you're looking at night shifts to do it. It's just too much in the way during the day. Maybe you're looking at contractors, bigger trucks and other equipment. Maybe we're looking at changing our equipment to something with big snow blowers that can just run like a wagon train down the road, load trucks as we go and pull everything in. Like I said, it just comes down to opinions and how far you want to go. The complaints or the concerns that have been raised in my first winter here so far have been fairly minimal compared to what I'm used to seeing. And they come down to icy roads at different times after we've cleared it. Oops, somebody left me. Don't worry, I'll get down there. I can pick up a hockey puck on occasion. The icing and whatnot and the putting sand down, I mean, that comes after, and it's an ongoing thing. We're going to continue doing that until the roads become bare and a little bit stickier. Where I come from with the colder temperatures, you get the snow, you clear it off, everything just kind of evaporates off and dries and becomes flat. So we have that animal to deal with here that's moisture. That is going to freeze on us constantly, so it's an ongoing thing with the sand, with the treatment that's going to melt it down and try to make it safe. The other thing we hear about is the little bits of windrows on the side. We really haven't had much snow yet, and we still get a few phone calls on the windrows down the side. Being a winter community, much to my chagrin, unfortunately, Canada is a winter environment. Subdivision designs, equipment designs, you have to have a place to put snow if you're going to plow it. A lot of communities, they leave the snow on the ground, they drive on it, they pack on it for a while, but usually when they get around to it, pull it in, lift it, put it in the snow blower and in the trucks. That probably is less efficient here because with the melting temperatures, you're going to get the vehicles running it up probably a lot faster. Where it's drier and colder, you can pack stuff so that you can still drive on it this far. Here you're not going to have that luxury. So where are you going to put the snow? You got to have a place to push it. You have a place to store it. And then if you're going to pick it up, it costs a lot of money to take it up the whole day. That's about the science of snow. So I guess it comes down to we wanted this on the agenda. Now I need to know from you what the issues are you're running into, if they're the same as the ones I've heard of, and we can take a look at solutions or talk it off the ledge if need to, but there's not much to it.
Thank you. Just letting you know, you did send me that snow clearing schedule, which I gave to, or we got to council, and I have to be honest with you, I've had several questions, and then when I send them that whole thing, I never hear from them again. So I think that's what most people are looking for, is just how the priority of this works, and I think most of our complaints come with Koshana, where it gets up on the sidewalks, but that's not us, that's the contractor, and then we're expected to do something about it. But anyways, I do, sorry, Nicola, so I do appreciate the snow clearing schedule that you gave us, because it does answer everybody's questions very, very quickly. Any other questions? Oh, Councilor.
If I may to preempt that before you carry on, that whole thing is about slowly making the road wider. Like we'll go through and do a first cut on this stuff to make it accessible for purchasing services and people to get around. Then we're going to carry on for a day or so and slowly push it out. And that's when we start really getting involved in sidewalks a little bit, depending on how much there is, and also the vehicles that are trying to park there all the time. Something to consider long term when we're looking at subdivision design, parking allotments and things like that. We get a lot of people using the road to park here, and it's not uncommon, especially in city environments. And the snow is going to be in conflict with that all the time.
No, I was just going to clarify that the city is not responsible for Nicola, and you had said the name of the company that was, because I got a personal call or an email from the business next to mine, and we both actually I think our whole sidewalk on Nicola on our side was just sprayed, and his windows were actually sprayed with rocks and ice, so he was very concerned. But the mayor dealt with it.
Well, I'm still dealing with it, but we'll get there.
That's good.
Actually, I've been dealing with it for almost 12 years, so. Councilor Chair.
After traveling north, east, we go to these communities, and from, I'll just pick a date because I can't remember, October 31st to March 30th, they have signs down on the main streets, no parking between these months from 10 at night to 7 in the morning. So as you say, a night shift or an early morning shift goes through, and they plow right up to the sidewalk, because this is the complaints I've been having. Passengers getting out of their door are having to navigate through the snow that's piled up against the curb. So is it possible, I just picked 2 streets to begin with. So on Colchana, from Chapman down to Charters, have signs up with no parking, and then in the heavy snow days, the snow plow goes straight down, it pushes it to the center, and then picks it up. So that would be from Chapman down to Charters, and then from Nicola to Coldwater Avenue. So that you've got a T where you're clearing the busiest downtown streets.
Okay, can I answer your question with a question?
Yes.
So if we're going to do that, how do you envision that operation going?
How do I envision it?
We do it at nighttime, I get that. We have to have a bunch of trucks, we have to have a bunch of staff, we have to have the right equipment to pull it in, and we have to have everybody complying with the parking permit. What do we do? We find the guys that are in the way, we get plowed in, tow them.
Reliable towing.
There's a lot of ways to deal with that. The concern I have, depending on the amount of snow, is how much money do you want to spend achieving that in any given time. If we got 2 feet of snow, I get it, we got to move some snow. That's going to involve calling contractors and spending money. The little bit of snow we've had so far, I challenge that that's really not an issue this year so far. You've probably got previous years of experience watching what happens here. I don't. But what I've seen so far is very minor in nature, in my view, based on what I'm used to seeing for snow. Then again, I like to drive the big 16 graders and plow all day. It's great fun. Anything else, a lot of snow removal.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of seniors or disabled, anyone trying to maneuver right now downtown, getting out of their car, it is difficult for the passenger. I agree, it's cost, and so you have to decide, okay, is it the snowfall 2 feet or more? 18 inches or more, 3 feet or more? And I agree, it takes money, but it's probably cheaper in the long run than a lawsuit.
And that's a decision when you set the bar of how you want things serviced. We will meet or exceed that bar, guaranteed. The conditions of how much snow are laid out in the procedure and the policy, probably the procedure, not the policy, of how we act. There it is in the procedure. So different levels of snow require different effort. A lot of communities will keep a snow fund and draw on it as not necessarily out of the operational budget, but if we have an event that we need to hire all this extra help for, we've got 3 small single axle trucks and a couple of loaders. One of them is fixing compost up the compost site all the time, and the other one is available if we need buckets. To move that amount of snow over that amount of roads, our crew would probably get approximately 8 number, I guess. We're not going to get a lot done depending on the amount of snow. The more snow we have, the subdivisions ever designed, you can't go backwards here, but they design areas where you can push and pile, that goes fast. When looking at new neighborhoods, it's definitely something to think about. When we are in winter community, how do we deal with the snow? Very much like you were asking earlier about the one up on Ransom. How do you deal with the traffic? It's the same question, different subject matter. Things densified, how do you deal with the operation of things you have to deal with? I won't object to it at all. If that's what we want to do, we will make it happen.
Is it cheaper to contract? Or more efficient?
That's a loaded question.
I think Sean
and depending on the situation, either one can be more efficient or more cost effective. It all depends on how much power you need to hit it with, how well set up you are. The municipality I used to work for, they used to do a lot of contracting out, and it seems to be a flow like the real estate market. Sometimes contracting is cheaper, sometimes the municipal work is cheaper. There always has to be that idea that you can do it yourself if you want to help control the amount you pay. So if the threat is that you can't do it yourself, prices are probably going to climb. If you can do it yourself and you ask for help and they need to come to work, you're probably going to get better rates when they come to help. If you go all one way or all the other way, it's hard to manage effectively cost control wise. Because costs are always going to go complacency on one side maybe a little bit because there is nobody competing with us, and prices are high. So somewhere in the middle is probably the right answer.
Sean?
I'm not sure if this council has seen it, but in 2020, I think it was December 21st, we got lambasted for our snow clearing efforts. And yeah, we ended up we have this discussion every year, let's be honest. It goes similarly most years, but it was exceptional that year because there was, I think, 44 centimeters in 14 hours then, and then the next day there was another 12. And we got behind, stayed behind, and it was just, it wasn't a great situation. And so I think there was same discussion, but let's say a little bit more potency and emotion behind it at that time. And so what I'll do for council is I'll send out the letter that we ended up kind of like saying, hey, let's just contextualize what happened for that particular event. But I think the reason I'm raising it is we ended up including a table of 10 other municipalities as well to show where Merritt falls, both in terms of what we allocate to the snow budget, what we get in the average year for snow, and then what our average snow depth is in the highest month. And so it's snow clearing is one of the most unique things because, as Rick said, you're going to tailor it to the expectations of what you're going to get in a typical year. So if you're typically going to get snow every year, you ramp up and you buy all of the same equipment that Rick's talking about. You don't rely on contractors because you know it's coming each and every time. Whereas in the city of Merritt, he gave a very diplomatic answer. Tell you from everything that I've seen, it's not going to make sense for us to purchase really specialized snow removal equipment for the amount of snow that we actually need to remove in the community. The reason I say that, Merritt has an average snowfall annually, and looking at between 1981 and 2020 when we did that, of 66.7 centimeters, whereas so many of these communities, like even we had someone that was comparing us to Salmon Arm, like Salmon Arm snow removal is so great, they know how to do this. Like, they get 184 centimeters of snow in a year. They literally get 3 times more snow. Their budget is also over $1 million, where ours is 100,000. And so, surprise, surprise, they have a good snow removal service. Look at Revelstoke, which same population, but you get 424 centimeters of snow. Yeah, is it any surprise that they know how to push snow? They also spend $1.4 million a year doing it. And so we run a fairly lean, I think it's effective for the community, but we do run a lean snow removal service because it tends to be the case that we move snow and it melts. Like that doesn't always happen. There are exceptions to every rule. This one stuck around as ice for longer than it typically does. And that does create problems and hazards and challenges, and the team does their best. I'm really proud of the team for what they do to try getting conditions as good as possible, as early as possible. But it's as Rick said, it really is. You tell us if you want to allocate the dollars there, and we'll make it happen. But I would probably say that after review most years, I think that our snow removal service is at the highest value for what you're going to see product on the ground for minimizing the cost spent, and anything more that you wanted to see, I think is going to offer some returns on the actual conditions on the ground, but it's going to be significantly higher cost. And just wanted to throw my 2 cents, having done this one a few times.
And if I may, both Mike and I are new to the city this year, and Mike was going to come tonight and get you a lot more detail and value a little bit more. Pretty tough to tell through weather, cold, looked really bad, so I told him to go home, not come here. But the one thing we both noticed watching the team out there work, we haven't put our hands on it, we're watching. Right? We're probably doing the same thing you're doing as your counselor here as well, is taking notes, asking questions. So we're watching them do their work. These guys and ladies know how to do their work around here when it comes to snow. They get up, they get at it, they know when to pre-treat, they know what to plow, how to plow, they're very quick at it, they know what the priorities are. Just take your hands off and watch them go, and they do a very good job. That's the familiarity with the conditions here. We're still in learning mode. Mike's lived here his whole life. Did work with maintenance contractors in the past. He's got a little bit more highway experience in BC than I would. But watching the fact that this just happens, I thought they did a very good job on the snow that we had a week or so back. The complications came, like Sean said, the fact that it didn't leave right away. We didn't get warm temperatures, it iced up, and it iced up again, and melted and iced up. And we're throwing sand all over the place. I hate throwing sand down. Personally, think it's a problem society has that you look North America wide, the amount of money being spent generating sand and salt, throwing it down, going back later, sweeping it all up, piling it someplace, and doing it all over again every year. We probably waste a lot of money in society on that when you think about it that way. But people still need to get around it. Driving on ice is everybody's most favorite thing to get around. I personally like it, but not everybody does.
Councilor Richard.
After we had the situation a couple years ago when we talked in budget, like Norman had said this morning when we were doing our budget information, if you look at services that you want to increase, you have to look at how much more tax you want to spend. And when we had this come up with a piece of snow equipment with 2 FTEs, we're looking at about a 10% tax increase at least if we want to have any kind of regular budget or snow removal like we had buffed up, because we had one councillor in the last term who insisted that we needed something a little bit more full-time. So what we had decided in that term was that we were just going to have a high snow event. We had some, calling out the contractors where you could attack it quickly, because having staff on hand to tackle snow at a higher level didn't make sense, because like what Sean said, at 66 inches a year, other than the centimeters, yeah, for what we had at the time, it was cheaper to call out contractors than it was to have equipment on staff, because if you're going to finance it, then you have to buy new through MFA, and that's a whole issue. That's what we did, because really, other than the major events of December the 21st, it hasn't been that bad since, well, the major snow event that we had in 1996 where we had 4 feet in one day. But typically, yeah, it was December 96, and it was terrible. But we don't normally get that kind of level of snow, so that's what we resolved to do in the last council term. We had, like Sean said, the 100,000 snow budget, and well, if it goes over, then we'll come back to council anyway, so we'll get to see that decision. But yeah, no, that's, in case you're wondering, we're going to get to talk about it in budget anyway. Thanks.
One question was answered. The $100,000 budget was one. I'm just wondering if we want to possibly at the end of your first snow removal season, do a review. I see that the policy is also dating back to 2001. So I mean, obviously at some point in time, that needs to be addressed as an update as well. So maybe just do a review at the end of this snow season, see where we fall in the budget, and review update the policy at the same time.
I believe the budget or the policy itself was updated. It says here in
2010, I think, was still the.
And the procedure was probably over that. You know, regardless, there's not a lot you can change to these things other than setting up the service bar. The biggest challenge comes in moving it. You have to simply get it out of places. That's where the big comes down. That's hard to do. It's expensive. Easiest thing to do is push it off to the side, hold it out, and work it. We are going to try something new before the parade in an inconspicuous spot. Hopefully tomorrow and the next day when the temperature rises, we're going to go and try and grab some of that off the shoulder with the grader and lay it out. It's still got sand and salt in it. I want to see how it manages itself. I've tried it before. I'm not going to do it under street. Do it
Go ahead.
Inconspicuous, and
lots of stuff happens on my street.
We'll see if we can knock those little mounds down by pulling them in, laying them out then, and get that sand back on the road. See what happens.
Good idea. I guess, any other questions? Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Thank you for your insight on snow, and I'm sure we'll be asking other questions again. Thank you very much.
When you let me buy a 16H, I'll be so happy.
You betcha.
Thank you.
Note for the record here, I do note that council did increase the budget from when I sent that letter, so please don't take that as gospel truth. The $106,000 figure, I think it's 120 some odd now. This council added to the budget to allow for additional snow clears downtown when needed. So I think we're in the 120s now. I'm not going to look at your no expectation that you would know that offhand. We'll talk about it at budget, but 106 is not the current figure, and I erred when I said that was the 2020 figure.
That'll go in the book as a mark, I guess. 12.2, 4-day work week pilot evaluation information. Oral information to be provided by Christine Carlson, Director of Human Resources. Good evening. I noticed somebody must have texted you. You came in later.
That's right. Yes, and thank you. So, as you've heard, we have a very talented staff, busy staff. People are working in all different directions. And so, I am curious about your questions with the 4-day work week. I've also got some metrics that we thought we could evaluate the program within 6 months. So, would you like me to talk about those metrics first? Yeah? Okay. So, I have notes. We'll look at overtime statistics. So, some of the overtime that we noticed when we did a review a couple of years ago, we noticed that it was right after some shifts ended. So, this gives people time to finish what they're doing or deal with things before they go. So, we wonder what the impact will be on statistics. So, we thought we would do a 6-month review, and the trial is a year long. So, another thing we can review at 6 months is the City Hall transaction levels and how they've changed. And if people are utilizing the services in the evenings after work hours. We thought we would put out a survey for both the public as well as employees. And employees perhaps adding to it a bit of we have done satisfaction surveys in the past, and so it could be wrapped up with that as well. We thought service review. People will not be working Monday stats, and so on weeks where there is a Monday stat, they will be doing regular hours that week because there's a reduction in services those weeks. So seeing how that plays out. Another thing is well-being drives performance. So we want to be bringing out the best in people and have them able to contribute their best. So we anticipate this will add more flexibility and possibly reduce absenteeism for things like sick time. We also have appointments that come out of sick time or during the week everybody's committed to their work. They're willing to do what it takes to make it happen. So we also want to see how this improves our retention rates. We chatted about, you know, Merritt's turnover and Merritt being a place for people to come do a little bit and move on in their careers. And so we want to see how this helps them to see Merritt as a viable option for a longer term career. We expect that there will be no decline in productivity. The studies show that people are more productive and have different ways of doing 40 work weeks. So we look forward to seeing how that results at 6 months and
Thank you for that. Questions?
Have you talked to other communities? Have other communities gone this 4-day work week and how effective was that?
several communities have 40 work weeks, specifically more in public works and in different operating areas. So Merritt was different in only a few directions as far as shutting down City Hall, but Merritt has a very slim workforce, so there's one person doing a job. So it's different in that in other locations, maybe people can stagger their work weeks, and there will be somebody else there to be available on the day that the one person is gone, but here a full crew are gone. So we've had different municipalities, I won't mention what they are, but and First Nations organizations as well reach out to us and talk about it, and it's moving forward. Some communities are seeing that and collective bargaining agreements as well.
So is the whole city hall shut down? Like I came Monday and there were no, like Peggy wasn't here, and so they're involved in this, or like who's involved and who's not involved?
Yeah, so development services will carry on the regular working hours, but upstairs that that is where it's shut down. So you'll see different management staff there and doing some maybe head down work and what have you, but yeah, the front counter is closed, so and reprimand's are except during the 8 to 5:45 on Tuesdays or Friday.
So if we get the minutes for council meeting that's on Tuesday, we get them Friday afternoon, and if we're not there Friday, we can't come into the office on Monday and get the minutes. You have to wait till Tuesday.
So management staff don't get paid overtime. So management staff are kind of available around the clock for the most part. So you absolutely book it. Yeah.
So you know, we're really committed to making this successful, and so we want as many of our staff who can find a way to do this if it's going to work for them. We also don't want to push anyone into it if it's not going to work for them. So Christine, I want to give her some kudos here. She's worked with each department, business unit, trying to come up with hybridized models that are going to be flexible for the employees as best as possible while maintaining service levels. And part of that, organizationally, and so you guys know it, I'm still planning on working Mondays. That's part of my plan because I want to make sure that as we're going through this transition, that there's going to be a level of comfort in council, that when the calls come in and there's things that happen at City Hall, that we understand what this looks like. And maybe that will be different 3 months from now or 6 months from now, but this is new. And when we're talking about a pilot, we want to know what are the red alarm things that are happening on this Monday, and that's very important to us. And so I was actually a little bit embarrassed at how many people were there on today. We were all had the same thing, like, yes, we get to work without having maybe the same level of interruptions or whatever the case is. And so we've got a pretty nerdy workforce that all think similarly, but it won't stay that way. But we do want to make sure this is going to be as smooth as possible and mitigate any of those concerns that the public is going to be raising. And so, yeah, we're not saying you're never going to be able to get a hold of people. You can still send an email or call me, and probably true for most of the management staff, and you're going to get a response.
So I'll be in on Mondays. I was in this Monday, and I actually had 3 appointments from 3 people in town. I just stood in the lobby till they got here, and then I just took them upstairs. So there'll be activity. So that'll be my Councilor Eden.
I don't think your question was answered, but said you wanted to know who it applied to. So you're saying it doesn't apply to the clerical staff?
It does apply to everybody. So we've
Well,
gone.
then I thought they had to work 40 hour, however many, like they're gonna have 10-hour days and then they get their last day off.
That's right. That's right. So
if they're not, if you can't get in here after 4:30, how is it going to affect the general public to come and pay their bills?
well, it's open till 5:45 on Tuesday to Friday. 5:45.
What time do they start in the morning?
The doors open at 8. And before.
Like 10 hours to me.
Before that. Before that, it was from 8:30 to 4:30 were the opening hours.
And closed at lunch, so they work what, 35-hour week?
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's in the union agreement is they've got 7-hour shifts. And so that translates to 8.75 hours.
Thanks.
Did that answer your question?
Councilor Oak?
Thank you for the information. It's good to have this information. So I have a few questions. I know I have heard about some concerns, especially throughout social media, not knowing, not having this information was difficult for me to make a reply. So, is there any type of system in place? I know that this is a trial. I know that it's going to be a review in 6 months. You mentioned about some survey review. So I just want to make sure that if there are going to be some situations like the councilor mentioned that the citizens come here and they want to pay some services or any other inquiry and there is nobody who is going to be attending them because this is a change. So now we are moving from a 4-day, and even though we advertise, sometimes that advertisement is not going to get to the right people or the people that need until they need something and they come to City Hall. So what is the system that is going to be tracking on what those opportunities are being missed and how we are going to address them?
So I guess the question, there's two parts to that, Sean. So one would be there's a transition period that we'll go through where people will come to learn that that's the City Hall is not going to be open on Mondays, so there will be nothing, just like on the there's going to be no services. But as we transition to that, Sean will be available, the staff will be available, gets mentioned he's available. So eventually the idea would be that it would be recognized and just noted that those are not operational hours. Whereas hopefully we can come to help people find out that it's open after work hours too, so people don't have to be there because during the day they need to make a transaction.
Sorry about that. One thing that I think is really important for answering these questions is just acknowledging the changing nature of how people engage with City Hall in the first place. I think that if you were to propose this in any time pre about 2010, it's like, you can't do anything. You have to go in to do anything. Even in the 3 years leading to this, the amount of traffic we actually get through City Hall for being open to the public has fairly consistently decreased. It's why we've gone from having multiple front desk personnel to having largely one plus some casual support. And so we've seen less and less transactions in City Hall to start with, as we've seen greater online transactions taking place. If you want to, I'm going to guess that when you guys go pay your utilities or your city taxes or whatever it is, that many people don't come to City Hall in order to make those. There's still some that do, though, and we don't want to minimize that in the slightest. The other thing that we're, I think to speak a little bit further to what Christine was saying, in terms of kind of tracking the net statistics, even though the average transaction count has gone down, and that's something that we'll highlight for you at this 6-year report so that you can see it, but we want to take what did we get on the average Monday in the previous year, how many transactions ended up running on Monday, and then how many transactions would we get in any given week, and compare that to how many transactions were we getting in the opening hours and the closing hours of each day, and does that offset what we were actually getting on the Monday? So are we seeing greater usage during the off hours versus a Monday, or are we seeing lesser usage? So we think that that's going to be a really telling statistic. That's not going to help the person who's banging at the door saying, I need to pay my taxes, but again, as Christine said, over time, I think that there's adjustment that happens with that. So there's going to be interesting statistics to be able to see, with this model, are people actually coming less or are they coming more to City Hall? I don't want to pretend that I think that I know the answer to that. I can come up with a good argument on either side, because in some of the folks that we talked to, there was a desire, oh gosh, now I'm finally going to be able to go after work and answer whatever that is. Is that one person? Is that 25 people? Or is that 250 people that feel that way? I've also heard people saying, oh goodness, I only go to City Hall on Mondays. What am I going to do when City Hall is closed on Mondays? Again, is that one person? Is that 25 people? Or is that 250 people? I think the short answer is I don't know. I know this is going to hurt some people, and we don't want to minimize that. It's really important to us. But we do want to figure out, is there a way that we can make this good for a different group of people as well, and hopefully have some stats to back that for you guys, because we wholly acknowledge that both for the public and even at staff, this isn't something that everybody is saying, yeah, this will definitely work for me. But if this is a way that we can support city employees in a way that's going to be meaningful for them, and drive this benefit at something that is functionally low to very low to no cost for the taxpayers, we think that this is something absolutely worth exploring and showcases a degree of innovation that, quite honestly, government just doesn't do pretty much ever. We're okay with trying something, and I recognize that that was not this council, and so we hope that you will support us in testing it. And then, if you want to axe this, we're not losing sleep over that. We think that the statistics are going to bear out how they're going to bear out, and it's either going to be great for the public or bad for the public. It's going to be great for employees or bad for employees, and you're going to have that information and make a decision as to whether this keeps running or not. But I think that the act of doing it is worthwhile, because there's a whole lot of evidence suggesting that these types of initiatives can be really positive in workforces. And I look at the degree of turnover that the city of Merritt has said right now, or has experienced in the last year, and I say that organizationally, I'm thrilled to be trying to do something that says we care about you. We actually care about the fact that you are not mentally well right now, and this 3-day break might make a difference for people who are teething.
And
go ahead.
Talking about wellness, right? Maintaining, caring about employees, and the reason we have taken the approach that we care about employees is because when you care about employees, they turn around and they care about the customers. So the customer, the public, get better service because their employees feel cared about. So when we throw that term around, it has a lot of meaning in our team. We also anticipate. I mean, the city of Merritt has, like I said, an extremely talented workforce, and we have recruiters knocking at the door all the time. We're challenged by large centers who are paying way above what the city of Merritt can possibly pay for the staff and the talent that we have here. So finding ways that we can retain the staff, finding ways to help them enjoy living and working in Merritt is really important, because otherwise we're out there recruiting, especially right now, right? We've got almost twice or 3 times the salaries that Merritt pays. So how else can we work it out? So there is a very important piece of making sure that we serve the public, but we also have to serve the staff and make sure that we're doing right, because we don't want to be in the spot we were in 6 months ago, because nothing was moving forward, nothing was happening, and we lose half of our staff again. We're behind the ball, and there's no end to people offering more money and more perks and more things for the people who have the experience, and especially with the experience they've gained in Merritt. I mean, working through the fires and the floods and smaller budgets and big problems, and huge, massive experience they can take elsewhere and be hired just like that tomorrow.
Councillor Cheque.
So, just to clarify, I think when this was brought to the former council, there was, all the reason that you mentioned, but maybe we thought that it was going to be more people than it is. So just to clarify, it's only people that work upstairs, because it's not going to recreation, it's not going to the pool, it's not going to public work, like it's just upstairs, right? Is that
So
right?
we're offering the trial across the board, but it won't do any closures. Because if we do that, it'll stagger work shifts. So for instance, at the arena, we have one person with the RO certification who needs to be there 7 hours a day to meet those standards. So if one person's there, the next person's there, the two of them cover those hours of work that are necessary, and then a lot of that will cover replications. So it will never have that closure. The same thing with the wastewater treatment plant. One of the staff will be working a 5-day week, the other two will be working 4 days, and they'll overlap so that they're covered. So nobody will, no service will change in any way from that, and that's generally what municipalities have done.
Yeah, I know that a few people have asked questions about hours and how this will affect families and different things like that. So I guess, you did bring it up in the past, and so I guess, these are the things that we don't have to tell people, so that's why I'm asking, and I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just trying to keep to the facts, because some people have asked questions on this as well. I guess we're gonna find out tonight.
And that's why I'm sitting down, like we've picked 4 locations to do the trial with, so actually 5. So I sat down with all the staff in those locations, worked through what that could look like, we worked through the issues. Like Sean said, absolutely no pressure to adopt this if this doesn't work for your life, and some people it doesn't, so some people it will. So if each team, that's why, for instance, at the wastewater treatment plant, one person will be 5 days a week, the other 2 to 4, because the 5 days a week works for them, their family, but it also covers operational needs in a way that might be complementary. And then at the RCMP, our staff there as well, some of them are going to do it 5 days a week, and some of them are going to do it 4, and it offers different areas of coverage, and it offers them some collaboration with other communities that start and stuff. So it also has an opportunity to offer more services in different ways, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sean. Just wanted to add as well some of the logic behind it, so you don't think that these are arbitrarily selected preferential things based on who works where. So some of the logic, let's take the public works example, where this is not, we're not saying this is going to be a never thing, but there are additional complexities with public works, and I'll take the winter work, for example, being one of them. You only have so many hours of daylight, and if you're primarily an outside worker, there are potentially you're introducing lower productivity hours by virtue of the fact that you've got people that aren't working during light hours right now. You take the converse of that during the summer. In the heat of summer, when you're under a heat stress situation, working 10 hours a day might introduce problems that you wouldn't otherwise have with a shorter condensed work day. And so there are just considerations on the public work side. Pool, you talked about it as well. You take a lifeguard. It's fairly high attention job. It's not that it's something that's inside, but there was some concerns raised by some of the individuals when you end up putting up the survey that we did beforehand saying, is there an interest in this? And we ended up taking it in the areas where it was going to be easier to adopt, because in certain areas, hey, being around the pool for 10 hours, that's going to be something that there were some reservations. Not saying that that's going to be true across the board, but we're trialing this in the areas where there was a higher yes ratio of, hey, we can do this, there's a path forward here for us, without needing to go through half the workforce, or even if it's just a quarter of the people that have some real concerns with this, that it makes things more logistically challenging. And then other areas, it's if we were to take the civic center or whatever the scenario is there, closing something that is very much a community destination building, because we only have one person who can do those right now, until we were to kind of improve our casual system and some of the other things, we'd have a hard time implementing a closure of the civic center is what it really came down to, and there wasn't a clear way to we landed on, as Christine said, it's wastewater treatment plant at City Hall. It's RCMP, as well as the arena. And you said the fifth one, I'm not 100%.
So planning and development services, but through discussions with them,
yeah,
there's a mix there, so they'll maintain their current operating hours.
Yeah.
This was brought forward by council, and so it is one type of flexible work arrangement, but there are numerous things to think of and to try. So again, this isn't the be all end all. There are people have brought forward ideas like a fortnight, which is where you work extended hours for a half and then have the last day off or something like that. Or, you know, the research has various opportunities to implement things. So it's a great opportunity to try it, and we hope that we see a lot of future.
Councillor Holden.
So I totally support the rationale behind this change. So I just feel like if we had been able to stagger those times so that the city hall was not going to be closed, would that be more beneficial for the community? And I just want to assure the public that we will be monitoring, closely this change and for at the 6 months window to pretty much make the decision if that is important or not.
So Sean, I wasn't here when flex time was eliminated. It happened just before I came to Merritt, but there were some issues, and yeah, if you can speak to that.
So the reason we didn't propose a stagger model here, and the reason the last one died, when there was concerns raised from the public, actually there was a number of concerns raised from council as well with the flex time model, because what that ended up creating is there were some people who were off on Mondays, there were some people who were off on Fridays, so you had 3 days where you could count on everybody being there. And what that ultimately did was it pushed all meetings to Tuesdays to Thursdays, which if you run a staggering model, and you'd have some people on the Mondays, some people on the Fridays, you're getting a lower quality of service on Monday because you don't know if the person you're coming to see is going to be in or not. You're getting a lower quality of service on Friday because there's, again, going to be people that you're going to call into City Hall, but they're just not going to be there. Because we don't have people that offer every service contiguously. So the idea was we're going to be offering a full range of service for that full range of hours during a limited subset being Tuesday to Friday, instead of saying we're going to be offering reduced services on the shoulder of Monday and Friday. Internally, the other reason is that it started driving people nuts when they would go, I just need to see this person, and they're not here. So we're often very dependent on each other in order to perform whatever the function of our organization is. And so development services, in order to nail down their referrals, they needed to talk with Public Works, they need to talk with the fire department and all of these different business units, and they were running into challenges saying, if these people aren't all here at the same time and I can't reliably count on that, it just wasn't timely sharing of information. And so it largely came as actually direction from the last council to kill the I shouldn't say that, I don't want to sound on council. There was a decision to move away from the flex time model because of the reduced service that was being provided to council, public, and some of the challenges that were happening internally at the time. So because of the city's experience with that, that's why we largely steered away from the stagger model. Does that mean that this is the right decision? I don't know. I can make a case for it either way, but that was the rationale behind it, is when we're here, we want to provide the highest level of service possible and not leave people guessing as to who's going to be here on any given day.
And to add to that, so that goes back to one person to do one role and maybe some support generally, but there aren't backups for most people, right? So it really depends on that person.
Any other questions? Thank you, Christine, for your presentation and answering our questions. Appreciate it. Whoa. presentation went bad. Yeah. Closed session. No closed. No closed session. Meeting's over.